Our Board of Education meeting 2018. We're coming out of the closed session. We're going to be calling back to order. And at this point, we do a pledge of allegiance. And let's see, who do we have on the list? Who's going to be our person today? Why don't we, well, you know what? I have David Reed, our Vice President. You haven't done that, right?
Not in a while.
Why don't you do it?
Okay.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. With that said, a broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, Governor Newsom issued an executive order in 2920, which temporarily suspends provisions of the Brown Act relating to public meetings. As such, Folsom Cordova Unified School District board members will be conducting open session board meetings via Zoom video teleconferencing. The meetings will also be live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. The public's health and well-being are the top priority for the Board of Trustees of Folsom Cordova Unified School District, and you are urged to take all appropriate health and safety precautions. Public comment is encouraged and can be done in writing or during the virtual board meeting using the raised hand feature. Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board Policy 1313 promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among employees, parents, and the public. We will treat staff, parents, and members of the public with respect and expect the same in return. If any member of the public uses obscenities or communicates in a demanding, loud, insulting, and or demeaning manner, the board will calmly and politely admonish the person to communicate civilly. Speakers who wish to make public comment to the board in Spanish or Russian will have their comments translated to English. Written comments were accepted until 3 p.m. today. These comments were emailed to the board prior to the board meeting for review and will not be read out loud during the meeting. At the direction of the board, Superintendent will call roll to acknowledge the board's received electronic comments submitted by 3 p.m. Today pertains to today's board meeting. Superintendent, please call roll again.
Mr. Reed?
Here.
Mr. Short?
Here.
Here.
Mr. Clark?
Here.
Mr. Hui?
Here.
Ms. Gallant?
Here.
Okay. With that said, we're going to do item 4, open session. We're going to call report out to closed session. Superintendent?
There's no action to report tonight.
Okay. There's no president statement right now, so we're going to move on to the adoption of agenda.
Move it.
First by
Second.
Mr. Clark. And a second by Mr. Hoover. Superintendent, can you take roll call?
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Ms. Gallant?
Aye.
Thank you, Superintendent. Moving on to item 7, public participation. As I was talking about, time will be given to speakers at the discretion of the board president. The law allows the public to address the board on any matter not on the agenda, but the law prohibits action by the board on non-agenda items. With that said, do we have any folks with raised hands that would like to speak?
Yes, Mr. Short, before I proceed, would you mind reminding the public about the time limitations as well as staying on the topic at the time that they're speaking?
Yes, we'll have a 2-minute limitation and no more than 40 minutes.
Thank you. I'll start with Jean.
Jean, you there?
Hi, I'm Jean Kavanaugh. I've taught in the district for 26 years now, and I feel like I've let my younger colleagues do all the talking for me. And now I want to share a new perspective with everyone. Since starting my teaching in our district, I've had 7 superintendents, 6 principals, and to be honest with you, I can't even do the math on how many board members have passed through Folsom Cordova. However, before now, I have never felt that stakeholders were pitted against each other making some sadly hostile comments in social media that our students are now reading. What has stayed constant in my 26 years are my colleagues across the district. We are the ones who built award-winning academic teams, award-winning jazz bands, jazz choirs, state-of-the-art theater departments, art departments, new CTE pathways, high test scores in all our academic areas, let alone all the state athletic championships. Teachers and students have done all of this. When people move to our district, it's because they hear about how great our schools are, not because we have 33 miles of bike trails. When we volunteer to be union reps, we expect that we can come to the table with the experience and knowledge that we have had for decades. We choose reps to speak on our behalf. We trust them. We believe in them. Never once have I ever heard parents disappointed in our decision-making. Our parents have high expectations for their child's educations, and we do as well. As board members, authority is granted to you as a whole, not to each member individually, to provide community leadership. And I am hoping as you conduct your meeting tonight that you're going to continue to engage in productive conversations and try and help us bridge the gap among these stakeholders and work as we have done for decades to do what's best for our staff, students, and our community. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker,
Next, we have Jordan.
Jordan, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Jordan Kaitapu. I graduated from Cordova High. I'm a representative from Back East SAC, a collective of Black alumni working to support Black students and prioritize and highlight their voices and experiences in the face of racism. Over social media, your negligence of racism has drawn over 400,000 interactions across Twitter, TikTok, and Instagram, and everyone almost unanimously agrees that the environment and circumstances you manage to maintain in this district is detrimental to Black students and staff. Back East SAC and Jenna have consistently been telling the board that you are responsible for grooming the racism on campuses that students and faculty have to deal with. You continue to side with institutional racism by allowing Slave Patrol to inflict terror on your students. You continue to be complicit and enable racism by not holding your colleagues and faculty accountable for being racist, using racial slurs, and racist microaggressions. You continue to make performative posts on social media claiming to support and acknowledge Black students and faculty and community members, but you ignore Black students and those who try to advocate for them. The obstacles I personally encountered that were enacted to prevent me from creating safe and responsive spaces for students are barriers that shouldn't exist, but they do, because we're subject to these white institutions in these settler colonial state who would rather see a Black child in a jail cell than in a classroom learning about the real history, not the whitewashed version through the lenses of a white person. My heart goes out to all the Black students who have had to navigate through your schools feeling neglected or targeted by your racist complacency. The role of the school board is to ensure that the school districts are responsive to the values, beliefs, and priorities of your community according to the California School Boards Association. But you're not doing that. You rather protect white status quo, white agenda, and silence Black voices you claim to want to give to Black students. If you're not willing to provide the necessary means for Black students to succeed, then we need to replace you with someone who will. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker,
Next, we have Caroline.
Caroline?
Yes, hello and good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm speaking to you once again as both a senior at Vista Del Lago and a member of Gen Up FCUSD. Firstly, I would just like to elevate what my co-organizer Jordan Kaitapu has stated many times. When we originally presented to you our Address, Remove, Reimagine presentation this past summer, you responded by gaslighting and trivializing the experiences of your most vulnerable students, claiming that you'd like to hear from students who were actually impacted, despite having 5 students present. Beyond denying and lessening statistics, you did the same with the experiences of Black students on Folsom Cordova campuses. There are multiple witness accounts of Cordova School Resource Officer Tracy Jacobs entering a safe space for Black students, stating that she would shoot and kill them had they been in Stephon Clark's situation. There are multiple reports and videos of not only students using racial slurs, but staff members as well, and none were met with serious repercussion. We've provided you with student experiences of discrimination from students as young as 10, live via Zoom. The amount of bravery it takes to speak up was met with complacency. These are not isolated incidents. Though these incidents were brought to light, they happen on our campuses every day because students know that their actions will not be met by repercussion. When presented with direct testimony by students and disproportionalities pertaining specifically to this district, Board Member Hoover knowingly invalidated them by providing a statistic both irrelevant to the district and taken completely out of context from the original report. When asked to remove police presence from campuses, Board Member Reed said, verbatim, "Will students be better treated by law enforcement officers who are trained to interact with students than those law enforcement officers who are not? I'm afraid that we may actually make things worse if we had to call law enforcement onto campus. His reasoning for keeping police on campus is the fear of mistreatment of students by law enforcement. This shows that he acknowledges that police do not create a safe environment. The Folsom Cordova Unified School District School Board is not only complacent in the copious incidents of discrimination we see on our campuses, you are enabling it by refusing to address the problems at their root. I recall board member Clark stating that he did not like the use of the word demand. However, as students, we are not asking, we are demanding that you take action to prioritize the lives of marginalized students by instituting the demands presented to you by BAC ESAC and Gen FCUSD. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. How many do we have in raised right now? 3. Okay.
3 more, Mr. Short.
Thank you.
Next, we have David.
David, you there?
David, are you there?
Yes, sorry. I was just wondering on this rush to return to work, is this in the effort to get the senior staff to retire early due to that they would, it jeopardizes their health and safety to return, or another way to reduce the population of our school district? That's all.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next, we have Ria. Give me 1 second, Mr. Clark. Mr. Short. Ria, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ria Shrivastava, and I'm a sophomore at Vista Del Lago High School and an organizer with Gen FCUSD. We will not be silent as Folsom Cordova continues to allow anti-Blackness to pervade its campuses. After being consistently given resources, data, and action steps regarding the violent school-to-prison pipeline and how it is harming your students of color, Folsom Cordova has sat complacent. To name just a few of the instances of racism that occur on FCUSD campuses daily, we have video evidence of teachers and students saying the N-word. A Cordova High student was assaulted by the same sheriff's department that is employed by the district, the Rancho Cordova Police Department. Black students are 25 times more likely to be arrested on an FCUSD campus than their white peers. There are hundreds of community members behind us in making changes that will lead to equity and the betterment of all students. Until and unless these changes are made, minority students will continue to face racism on FCUSD campuses. It is the responsibility of the board to listen to students and community members, yet when hundreds have protested, emailed, called, and petitioned the board to implement change, we have seen no real action. How much longer will this board allow a relationship with local law enforcement despite its violent roots in racism? How much longer will we allow SROs to pervade our campuses despite knowing they inflict trauma on students of color and lead to the school-to-prison pipeline? How much longer will we teach whitewash curriculum that does not sufficiently portray true history? Our organizations, Gen FCUSD and the Black Alumni Collective of Sacramento, as well as hundreds of other students, parents, and community members, have provided you with the evidence that is more than sufficient of the racism and disproportionality that is occurring on your campuses, as well as solutions to these issues. When you asked to hear from students, we set up a town hall for students to discuss their experiences with SROs. When you asked to hear from parents, we had dozens of parents attend a board meeting to give you their perspectives. When asked about student safety, we provided resources for the district to rethink school safety. The solutions to these pressing issues are there, and it is your turn to act. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next, we have Mike.
Mike, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Mike O'Brien. I'm a parent of 3 FCUSD students, and I have 3 points I wish you would consider this evening. One, if a waiver is approved.
I'm sorry, that's on an agenda item?
That is an agenda item?
I believe so. Is it? You're going to be talking about our item next about reopening schools. Is that your topic?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so this is for public comment for non-agenda items.
Non-agenda items. Okay, is that comment later then?
You can save your comment from back on when we talk about that item.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I apologize.
It's okay. Any other speakers?
No, Mr. Short.
Okay. Thank you. That closed the public comment. Moving on to item 8, reports of district organization. We'll start with the Student Advisory Board.
Good evening. At our last meeting, the Student Advisory Board discussed and started to plan for our virtual district talent show this year, which will be held in the spring. Dr. Klegian and her team attended our meeting, and she provided us with updates about secondary reopening, the waiver process, and the metrics needed to move down into the red tier and subsequently open for in-person instruction. We also discussed the negative impacts that learning loss and disengagement have had on students and ways to boost engagement through turning cameras on, not having distractions, etc. Lastly, a few of our SIB members had the opportunity to participate in the secondary reopening video, and we all shared the sentiment of how great it felt to sit in the classroom again and see fellow students and just to be back on campus. SAB members and I are excited to continue to work with the district on representing student voice and returning to in-person learning. Thank you.
Thank you. California School Employees Association.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Collegian. Classified staff share your goal of getting our students back to campus as soon as possible and as safely as possible. Together, we've accomplished several things. We made safety, sanitation, ventilation, and technology improvements. We opened small cohorts around the district and elementary schools for hybrid instruction. We are currently preparing our middle and high schools for the safe return of students. And the awesome news on vaccinations. Thank you, Carrie Kay, and thanks to your dedicated staff. It's going to be great to have vaccinations available. We are all eager to put our lives back on track. With communication and teamwork, we will get our students back to campus safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Moving on to Folsom Cordova Education Association.
Good evening. Well, we are so grateful and excited to see our teachers and our classified staff starting to receive their vaccines. There is a light at the end of the tunnel, and this is just one more step in the right direction. In this last year, while our buildings were closed, school still was in session. Students and teachers are working harder than ever. There's been an increased knowledge of technology, for sure, but there's also so much more. Students have developed grit, organizational skills, and self-motivation. They've had the time to explore and nurture their creativity and to develop brand new skills with their teachers guiding them and cheering them on. There's a grave misperception right now that learning isn't happening. Is it learning as we know it? No, it isn't. Is it optimal? No. But learning is happening in our classrooms and online every day. I've been on recent site visits with Dr. Collegian and have seen students who are excited about school, from older students with just a basic math lesson to kindergartners that are learning about penguins and excited to share their cute little art projects with us. As board members, it's incumbent upon you to know what's going on in our schools. I know that some of you are very good about site visits, enjoy them, and want to be out there and make that effort. But all of you need to make that effort. You need to be able to make informed decisions, and that's not possible without having a pulse on what's really happening in our schools and by experiencing it firsthand. It's your responsibility to listen to all stakeholders' voices. This communication is essential to inform your decision-making process. The directives that have recently been given to staff do not reflect that philosophy. Take the time to visit our schools, to see what they physically look like now, to see the interaction between our students and teachers. I know you've been invited by many of our distance learning teachers as well to see them teach from their classroom, and some have even invited you to come to their homes and see how that works. Please take that time to do so. One of the roles of the board is being knowledgeable about district programs and efforts in order to serve as effective spokespersons. Fulfilling this goal means taking a broad perspective of the collective whole that goes beyond your individual viewpoints. Performing your due diligence will lead to an educated decision-making process and practical directives that will show respect for the relationship between FCEA and FCUSD, as well as trust in our bargaining process, which has been successful thus far. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelica. Moving on to District English Learner Advisory Committee.
Leadership Association.
Oh, sorry. I'll move on to Folsom Cordova Leadership Association.
Yes, good evening, Dr. Collegian and board members. Tonight, I'm highlighting two school leaders and the work they have done throughout this school year to keep their school community engaged and focused on student well-being. First is Principal Carol Vargas at Theodore Judah Elementary. Theodore Judah has continued its focus on social emotional learning, or SEL, this year. Every week, they have a SEL focus. Principal Vargas creates a Monday morning message that highlights the SEL focus of the week, and she reads a story related to the focus and posts that on YouTube for students to watch. During the week, teachers take note of students who are demonstrating the target skills such as kindness, empathy, and being a good listener. They are added to the list of students invited to Lunch Bunch with Principal Vargas. Every Monday, she has lunch with these students via Zoom. Next is Principal Kat Berry at Oak Chan Elementary. Principal Berry utilizes a principal's page and virtual office that can be found on the Oak Chan website. Principal Berry records a Monday morning message each week for students and presents a SCORE challenge. Students are challenged to find ways to act safe, kind, on task, respectful, and responsible. Last month, Principal Berry sponsored a staff self-care bingo game. The staff also participates in a Gratitude Changes the Attitude challenge where staff members fill out and post gratitude grams sharing words of appreciation for their colleagues. And the Oak Chan PTO has been able to host all of the school's annual events through creative ways other than in person, such as their International Night in Science and Invention Fair. And last, Principal Berry has brought smiles to students with Doorbell Dashing Dragon, where on Mondays, Miss Berry dresses as a dragon, visits students' houses, and leaves a special treat on their doorstep. These are just two examples of the amazing work all our school leaders engage in to ensure the focus remains on student learning and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it's the District English Learner Advisory Committee.
Thank you, President Short, board members, and Superintendent Kaligian. I do have a report tonight. DLAC met today, February 18th at 10 o'clock this morning as a follow-up meeting in January that we had. There were a number of items shared today, and I wanted to provide some information that the DLAC committee presented and offered to during the meeting. We focused today's attention on the needs assessment for English learner programs. We discussed the fact that this also supports the development of goals and objectives for the programs and services that support English learners. We had an opportunity to conduct a feedback session on the LCAP stakeholder input. And so I have some information to share on that, and also prepare DLAC members on the upcoming elections for chairperson and co-chairperson, as well as secretary of DLAC. And we will be having those elections on March 18th. Lastly, we made announcements, again, surrounding our secondary school openings and just keeping people informed of paying attention to what's coming and how to act when that time comes and the decisions are made. Some early conversations surrounding summer school and what to expect, and parents are anxious to hear more about that. And also an announcement regarding the Cal School survey, which is sent out by our Health Services Office. And we are in the middle of the Cal Schools or Healthy Kids survey right now. And our parents had some questions, and we were able to provide some guidance and some support. There was an announcement of our continuing vaccination clinics, not to be confused with our COVID vaccination clinics, but we as a district through the Health Services Program also offer vaccinations for income eligible families, and those support our kindergarten and 7th grade readiness in our families. We're excited to hear that. Our next coming vaccination clinic at the district is March 17th. And lastly, just another push to continue the registration in the event that families have not yet concluded that process. During the stakeholder input early session, initial session with the DLAC, there was feedback on supporting and maintaining the bilingual instructional aids. They extended and expressed their gratitude towards their support during distance learning and the many questions they had. They're excited to continue with parent-teacher conferences so that they can continue to get that feedback on their children. A parent made the comment that I think I know how my child is doing, but until the teacher tells me where they need to be and where they are, they get a greater picture. And there was a request for increasing and improving those sorts of feedback sessions with teachers so that parents have a better response to being proactive with the student learning. There were a lot more comments submitted, and I'll be sharing that with the leadership as well, and happy to share that with board as we develop more opportunities to provide feedback. It was a wonderful meeting to see everybody virtually, and I thank you all. And lastly, I want to announce that as of the January to the February meeting, we were also in the middle of reclassifications, and we went from 42 to 135. And what that really translates into is 93 EL specific parent-teacher conferences. And that was a moment of pride for the DLAC. Thank you, and that's my report.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 9, agenda consent. Do I have a motion?
I'll move it.
I got a motion by Mr. Clark. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Hoover. Superintendent, take a roll call.
Mr. Reed? Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Ms. Gallant?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 10, discussion action items. And we're going to start with item A, adoption resolution number 02-18-21-23, the recognition of Black History Month. Superintendent?
Yes, Folsom Cordova Unified is very proud tonight to be joining our nation and honoring Black History Month. The celebratory month is also known as National African American History Month, is an annual celebration of achievements of Black Americans. This resolution we're adopting tonight recognizes the importance of historical and ongoing contributions of Black Americans in the story of our country. So with that, we recommend that the board approve the resolution this evening.
Thank you. Do we have any board questions?
I just have one.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Reed.
In the third whereas statement, I think we're missing a word at the very end. It says, and many others too numerous name. I think we need the word to name in there.
Good catch.
We will make that adjustment. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's nice having an attorney on here. Any other board questions?
Yeah, I'm just curious of any of the hybrid elementary schools, if they were doing any Black History programs, and if they are, they would be so kind to let the members of the board know. I would like to come out and support those. I have in previous years. So I know things are different with the pandemic and everything, but if they're having anything virtually or in person, if you can let the superintendent know, I greatly appreciate it.
That's a really good point, Mr. Clark. And I think it's important to note that, whether we're teaching students in distance learning or hybrid in person, our teachers and students are still recognizing Black History Month in the classroom. Matter of fact, I just got another video clip from a Cordova High student today who was honoring the first Black astronaut for NASA.
Oh,
And
wow.
and many of our schools have done that. And if you look at their newsletters, they've also been promoting it. But if there are any events that are coming up, Mr. Clark will be sure that we send it to all the board, and we'll send a reminder to the principals.
Great, thank you.
Any other board questions? Okay, we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Short.
And then bring it back to board for any final comments and direction, I guess, at this point.
Mr. President, no final comments. I'd like to go ahead and move that we adopt the resolution
got
with the
approved
corrections that Mr. Reed had pointed out.
Thank you.
I'll second.
We got a second, first by Mr. Clark and a second by Mr. Reed. Superintendent, roll call. What, do you have a question now?
I was just going to comment. I just wanted to say that I believe at least it was credited to him, although I don't know if I don't know if it can be verified, but I know that the great Frederick Douglass once said that it is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. And I think that has a lot of relevance to the situation we're going through today with our schools. So just wanted to point that out and say that I strongly support the resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Superintendent, roll.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Ms. Gallant? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving on to item 10B, secondary timelines for returning to in-person hybrid schedule pending either CDPH approval of specific safety application or 5 days in the red tier, whichever occurs first. Well, that's a long one. Superintendent.
I know that's a mouthful. I think I would like to start by introducing this item and thank our teachers and tell them how proud I am of how resilient and nimble you have been over the course of the last year, and especially in this school year. We've all heard the metaphor that we have been building a plane while we've been flying it, and we've reimagined how to deliver instruction in so many different ways What hasn't wavered in the past year is the commitment that our staff, whether it's teachers or classified and support staff or our administrators, their commitment to our students. And they've learned to work around many different challenges that we've had. And I want them to know how much we appreciate them. And as we transition into bringing back our middles and high schools into a hybrid and having more in-person time with our students, it's an exciting time. I think we heard that excitement from Allie when she talked about the excitement from the SAB students. And I think there are other celebrations that we have, and we've done this in collaboration with our partners in our team, our stakeholders. Our COVID safety plan that we've been talking about the last 2 board meetings have been completed and they've been uploaded. The elementary COVID safety plans were uploaded to our elementary sites on February 1st. The secondary, the middles and high schools COVID safety plans were posted to the websites at the middles and high schools last week. As we heard, we have some really optimistic news about vaccines for our employees starting this weekend and following the following weekend. That's a lot of progress that's been made. And again, our partners within the community, the volunteers, the doctors that are working with us, and especially Carrie Kay and our health team. Thank you so much. Continuing to increase the number of students that are meeting with teachers, either virtually or in person, for that intervention, that support, whether it's one-on-one or in a small group, addressing the needs of our learners that need that engagement and need that support. And as a county, our case rates are declining. So there's a lot of things moving in the right direction. And I want that to be celebrated and to remember that we have a lot to be thankful for. And we are in the business of educating children, and we couldn't do that without our team. And it's this team it's continuing to bring our students back in person, but have never faltered in meeting the needs of our students. So with that, we want to continue to follow the guidance that we are given by CDPH and Sac County Public Health in reopening our schools. It was at a recent board meeting, we said we would come back after with our middles and high schools in person with a hybrid model when we were in the red tier for 5 days. However, we've been given additional guidance from CDPH and Sacramento County Public Health that allows us to look at another option that we were asked to pursue, and we have pursued that school safety request waiver that we, excuse me, that we talked about at the last board meeting. What? Sorry, this mask doesn't help. We did get the safety request waiver filed today with the 2 entities that needed to review it. That's Sac County Public Health and CDPH. They have 7 days now to review that application. And following what their direction is, we'll take that lead. But the good news is we're coming back in person, and we're coming back in person in a hybrid model soon. And we've got a plan here that with a board action to again reopen our middles and high schools in person for hybrid instruction, pending either the CDPH approval, the specific safety plan application, or 5 days in the red tier, whichever occurs first. And then we've added a couple of options of timing, not knowing exactly when that might occur, looking at what's in the best interest of students, knowing that our grading periods are coming up for the trimester on March 1st and for the quarter, the 4th quarter, on March 15th. So taking that into consideration and really prioritizing where our students are going to be, especially at the middles and high schools during that transition time of coming back onto campus, we wanted to be mindful of those transition times too, and we added that in as additional options in this board motion.
Okay. Thank you. Board questions?
Yeah, I have a few, Mr. President.
Okay.
So, Sarah, you mentioned that teachers are getting vaccinated, and that's a good thing. I mean, that's what we wanted all along, and I'm glad that they were able to kind of move up the timeline for them to get vaccinated. But I just have a concern about side effects, if any. If teachers, do we have a plan if they get sick or if they get any side effects? I mean, do we have a deep substitute pool, or are we going to be able to have teachers from one school go to another? Or are we going to have principals jump in classes? How is that going to look?
Yeah, first of all, the vaccination is highly recommended. We're not requiring it or
Right.
mandating it of our employees. There are several community clinics within Sacramento region that our employees can take advantage of through the appointment system. And we know the supply of the vaccine is still limited, so those appointments may be limited. But
Right.
we also committed to host a community clinic ourselves, which will be hosted at Folsom High School. We were asked what day we preferred and what worked with the doctor who's our partner in this process. And we specifically chose Saturday for a couple of reasons. Anticipating that we're going to have, students and staff back on campus in an in-person model. We didn't want to be disruptive to school going on a weekday if we
Right.
continue these vaccination clinics, for the next few weeks. And then second of all, if we did it on a Saturday and there is, ill effects after the vaccine is given, it gives a little bit of recuperation time. But your question, do we have a deep enough sub pool to cover if need be? And so far we've been able to cover the needs that we've had. And I'll let Mr. Ogden respond to subs at this point in time.
That has been a concern that we've had, but so far we have been able to cover subs. I do give the board a daily report showing our sub coverage rate, and you can see that we've been through this pandemic, we have been able to cover subs, and we have done some shuffling. We've had situations where principals have stepped into classrooms or teachers who weren't in the classroom have stepped in. We also have the option for remote learning, so that's helped. So we've been able to manage so far, and I think planning it strategically on a Saturday for a lot of people to go in is very, very helpful. I think if that would have been on a Wednesday, I would have been very nervous.
Okay. And it's great that you mentioned the DL thing. So if they are sick, let's say for a couple of days, but they're able to teach a DL class, can they do that?
And we've done that. We've pivoted classes since November in elementary. We've pivoted classes into distance learning. So we're good at that now.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that is the option. So thank you for that. Mr. President, no other questions right now. I may have a few later, but I'll yield the rest of my time to.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Reed?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have one question, and it has to do with the motion. And I'm wondering if the motion doesn't potentially contradict a motion that we made on February 4th. The February 4th motion was that the board align reopening date for schools not yet open to new CDPH recommended timeline or the earliest date possible under any future directives issued by the governor or the state. So it was very broad to ensure that we could get the schools open as quickly as possible. The motion that we have before us, we've already taken that action. The motion that we have before us appears to do two things. One is to say that we will return pursuant to the CDPH guidance or once we hit red for 5 days. So it seems like we're taking it from a broad to a more narrowing it a little bit here. The second part of the motion, which is staff recommendation, specifically on days to return to tie it to the start of a term. And then I guess in an ideal situation, that's when they would like to return. So there's two parts of this motion. And I think the first part was already addressed in a prior motion that was approved by the board 5-0. So I don't know if there's any comments on that or any.
Those questions right now.
Yeah.
You want to respond to that? Somebody?
You make a really good point, Mr. Reed. I think we made that motion on February 4th, or the board made that motion to be broad. And the fact that, we're mindful of how CDPH's guidance, is evolving. And if there's something that changes that allows us to pursue coming back following their approval at a time sooner than, 5 days in the red tier, we would pursue that. So since that time, CDPH did come out with, that school safety request waiver, which we have pursued. So I'm fine making it broader. I think I was just thinking, I think more in terms of that at the moment. But if we want to go back to the motion, I think that still covers the action that we have pursued and that you gave us direction for on February 4th, that we would pursue those options as they become available and that we follow whatever that guidance is. Ultimately they have the authority and we're pursuing it, and whatever the outcome is, we follow that.
Yeah, I think, if there's a board desire to do a motion here, I think it's to provide the additional guidance relating to the dates related to the terms. I don't think we need to restate the motion that we already made, which is to act as quickly as possible. So that's just my observation. That's all I have for right now.
Yep. Any other board questions? Mr. Queen?
A couple of questions. Excuse me. Dr. Cleggan, I guess looking for clarification on, I guess we're calling it the waiver process, but I think there's different language around what that is actually called. Under situation 2, which we're applying for, there's language about 3 weeks of asymptomatic testing. Can you just go into a little bit more about what would that look like and how are we planning on doing that?
And I'm going to, again, ask Jennifer Sarin and thank her at the same time for her work in putting this together, and Carrie Kay. But the asymptomatic testing that we are referencing in this safety request form is also reflected in our COVID safety plans. Ms. Sarin, would you talk a little bit more about that section about the asymptomatic testing, please?
Yes, good evening, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity to share. The asymptomatic testing that's referenced in the CDPH guidance issued on January 14th is talking about regular testing, surveillance testing. So our plan for that is to use the resources that are provided throughout our area by the county. So we have that list that we give to staff, and we would share with families that where they can go both in Rancho Cordova and in Folsom to get tested, and the links are available for people to make appointments. And I believe the last that we heard, there are plenty of appointments available for people who want to go and get tested.
Great. Thank you for clearing that up. I guess I just want to make sure again that I'm understanding it, where in the situation 2, again, it says that we would report the results to CDPH. Are we asking employees or students that test to give those results to us? And then I'm assuming that we just tell CDPH, we have this many employees that tested, this many students that reported testing. Can you maybe explain how that works?
Because it is through the county, we don't have access to that information. So there's nothing for us to report. The people who get tested receive their results directly, and the county has that. So that's not something that we are involved in or privy to. I can kind of clarify that there's a difference in response testing. If we as a district, as an employer of California, have to move to a response testing scenario, then yes, we are involved in that. It becomes an employer situation. That's the only time we ever have test results. And in our end, we really just get the numbers on that, and still those test results go directly to public health and to the people who are tested.
Okay. And the way you read this guideline under situation 2, though, is different than their response testing. And we think that the community testing that's offered would fulfill this requirement.
Yes, there are definitely enough appointments available to fulfill anybody's need for appointments or want for appointments. So we're sticking with that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And then I wanted to confirm, I know we talked about this at the special meeting last week, but I just want to make sure I've got it straight in my mind. The dates that our schools that we would plan to open March 15th, those on the semester program. I just wanted to confirm each and every one of those schools would be ready to be opened by March 15th.
That's correct.
Okay. Good. That's all for me. Thank you.
Mr. President, I just want to follow up on one question. So we applied for the waiver today, correct? Okay, so it's going to take what, 5-7 days?
They both entities that we submitted to, which was our county public health officer and the Safe Schools for All, which is CDPH, have 7 business days from the time we submit it to review and render their decision back to us. And the decision could be, we need more information, or it could be the approval, or it could be a disapproval, a deny.
So there is a possibility of it being denied.
There is that possibility, and they're the ultimate decision makers.
Right.
Our job was to put it into this application request
Okay.
and submit it with a very thorough COVID safety plan, and then it's in their hands at this point.
Okay. And as far as if they need additional information, I know we went through this the last meeting, but I'm going to ask it again. The timeline for us to get it corrected, if they send it back and say, no, you need to do X, Y, Z, what are we looking at there?
Mr. Rand, is it an additional 7 days once they get it back to us on the timeline if there are corrections requested?
I actually don't have that information. I think that we would need to wait and then they would tell us.
Okay. All right. So it's probability of it extending past March 1st. And I'm praying to God that it gets approved, but there's also that slim chance that it could be past March 1st, correct? Or it being denied. Okay, kind of worried about that. I think it'll
are possible, yeah.
So, Carrie, maybe I'll ask you this question. With all that and the process of the waiver and everything else, how are we looking as far as the tiers? Or is it a possibility of it going to red by that time?
That's a great question. And Kelly, do I have the option to share my screen?
Yes.
Okay, let me try this. Okay. So can you all see the Sacramento County epidemiology site?
Not yet.
No? Oh, goodness. All right, let me try again here, friends. Now?
Yes.
Yeah. Yay. Okay. All right. So what we're looking at right now is Sacramento County Public Health. And remember, that's the one that we need to consider as a windshield. What we will be seeing eventually with CDPH data. But CDPH data is the data that moves us from purple to red, red to orange, et cetera. So right now, we're looking at Sac County, and they must have done an update because this was 15.1 the last time I looked at it.
Oh, wow.
So right now it's 14.2. So that's very encouraging. So that case rate, remember, to get to the red needs to be 7 per 100,000. And the percent positivity, which I believe we have been in that range, both with CDPH and Sacramento County, yes, needs to be between, I think it's 5 and 7. So we're just above it at this point. So let's go over to the CDPH metric. And again, that one is updated weekly on Tuesdays. So the last update here, I'm kind of circling it with my cursor, was from Tuesday, February 16. And so that adjusted case rate, the one that we need to pay attention to that will move us from purple to red, is 18.7. So again, it is moving in the right direction. I think if people continue to be mindful of groups, wear their masks, vigilant about hand washing and not touching your face and those kinds of things, we will get there. When is it? It's kind of that. Is it going to be before or as we maybe get approval from CDPH and Sac County on this waiver? That's hard to tell, but it is certainly encouraging. And I'm very excited if I'm going to go back to Sac County just to see that they did another update here and it's dropped even more since Tuesday.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm cautiously optimistic that we will be there. So, I mean, it's great that we applied for this waiver, and I'm all for the recommended motion move forward with this. I just wanted to ask those specific questions and basically a what if, you know, something comes back. Like I said, I pray to God that it doesn't come back or that it's not denied, but I am optimistic and we can move forward with at least getting our kids in a hybrid model and focus on getting them back in August full time. So that's it, Mr. President. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hoover?
Just a couple questions. The first one would be, so I think Dr. Cassiere indicated that maybe mid-March for red, maybe that's gotten better since the last time we spoke with her, which would be great. I guess my question is just doing the math with this waiver. So 7 business days from tomorrow, I guess, or however they count it. Worst case scenario, that would be March 1st, would be the latest date they could approve. If they approved the waiver on March 1st, could we start on March 2nd? And would that, I guess I'll just start with that question.
Okay.
So
Since that's generally a home day anyway, I just would like to ask that.
the language in, if we get an approval after that 7 business days, we can start on the 8th day. They give us that ability to do that. We were taking that into account around the grading periods. Again, keeping students at the forefront of when is the best time for them to
Sure.
make that transition.
So if that's a good distinction. So if we approve this motion tonight about the grading periods, could the trimester schools that we want to start would potentially start that week start on March 2nd in person? I guess would be a better question. Theoretically.
Yes. Starts the first Tuesday of the beginning of the next grading period. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're saying the Tuesday.
Okay, I guess I'm just so the Tuesday. I guess I'm just asking because obviously with the red tier we have a 5-day waiting period, but with the waiver it appears we don't have a waiting period once it gets approved. I'm just trying to. Yeah. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
They say on the
Okay.
8th day, and we're trying to make that 8th
Right.
day coordinate with our grading periods.
Sounds good. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think, you know, if we got to red by mid-March or even the week before, you know, the 15th, we'd still have to wait that 5 days. So, you know, I think pursuing the waiver makes a lot of sense right now, even if we can get a few of our schools back earlier. But I think that's it for now, but I might have some more later. Thank you.
Okay.
President Short?
Yeah, Mr.
So Dr. Kaligian, we're talking about opening our trimester schools on March 1st and our semester schools March 15th. Have we heard anything from the state about how long the approval lasts for?
Through this process?
Yeah, for instance, if on March 1st we get approval, is that approval to open schools like whenever we want? Do we have a week to get that done? 2 weeks? I just want to make sure if we get approval March 1st, we're still okay to open March 15th.
I wouldn't see why we wouldn't be.
Okay.
You know, we're doing it within a matter of days.
Okay. Yeah. There's no length. I mean, there's no
No.
communication from them about
No.
what that looks like right now. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right. No any other board questions? I mean, the only question I had was, you know, pretty much you guys asked them, but was the breakout of the generality, but it looks like it's more specific and more flexible. So it clarifies. So that's my only question was you already asked. So with that said, we're going to bring this to public comment. Do we have raised hands?
Yes, Mr. Short, before we go to public comment, did Allie have a comment or questions?
Oh, Allie, do you have any?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll start with Jen.
Okay, how many raised hands do we have?
2 at the moment,
Okay.
3.
It'll be
Slowly
2
counting.
minutes and no more than 40 minutes.
Correct. I'll keep track of that, and we'll start with Jen.
Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. This is Jen Tarbox. So thank you for allowing me the time to speak real quick. I do want to point out, please have your tech person check Folsom Middle School. Their site, the COVID safety plan is not posted and it says it's on a missing site. So you might want to have a tech person check that for your 6th grade or anyone to return. I just want to point out, I would like to encourage the board and teachers or anybody else involved, touch base and work with other districts and find out what they're doing in other states. Today I received over probably 20 messages from family members in other states because I asked if their students were in full-time or not, and I got multiple replies from states that match our county's numbers about their students being in class full-time. And I asked them, what are they doing? What's the safety? What's it been like? And they all had wonderful things to say. And I just encourage the board and the schools to reach out to these other districts and other states, because schools are open full-time in very similar situations to us and things are working. So sometimes it's better to reach out in other areas and find out what we can do to work, because we might not be thinking about it. And also, I just want to make sure that in the notes or in whatever is voted on, that if we have to wait for the red tier and the waiver doesn't work, to make sure that if it comes past March 15th for those schools that are, in the semester, put in there to please vote that they can go after the 15th, because if they miss their grading period and it's not voted on properly, some of these students might completely miss out. And I didn't hear that. I know it'd been voted on once before, but I just want to make sure that that stays consistent. That should it be past March 15th that we have the availability to return, that they can go after a grading period. Again, I want to thank the board members that have come out and shown support. I want to thank the teachers that have reached out. There's been a lot of butting heads, but we all need to work together for what's best for everybody. And I think it can be said that these students are speaking out and they need to return to the classroom. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next, we have Farron.
Hi, good evening. This isn't really a comment, it's more of a request. It's really hard to hear the superintendent and what she's saying. So I can't really, she's very quiet. So if we could use a different microphone or something to make it easier to hear her, that would be great. Thank you.
Appreciate it. We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you. Next speaker.
Next, we have Mike.
Mike.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Now I hope I have the right time to post my points here. Thank you, all board members, for being here tonight. I appreciate all the parents as well who are attending online. My name is Mike O'Brien. I have 3 children in 3 different schools here in the school district. And my questions or statements to you, the board, are: 1, if a waiver is confirmed, are the schools ready to receive my kids March 1st? Are they ready to go and have everything in line? The second one is, my second point is, if a waiver is not approved, what is the plan? And then my third point is there anything legally preventing us from opening the schools tomorrow? And if not, I would like to wonder why we are not. I realize everybody's putting a sense of urgency on this. My kids are ready to go back. I am respectful of all the teachers and their situations, vaccinations, whatnot, but it's time to send the kids back to school. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next, we have Amy.
Hi, I just wanted to express some frustration in the fact that it was made to appear last board meeting 7 days ago that we had submitted the waiver, and now we're being told that it just got submitted today. So it seems like Folsom Cordova School District doesn't care about another week lost of our children's education and our secondary students who are struggling. And to be honest, it really looks like you guys are scrambling because you had low enrollment and now we're trying to make it look like we're going to get back, and it doesn't seem right. And so I hope that, moving forward from tonight, that you guys really make sure that this happens, because a lot of parents are feeling like this is just appeasement for the moment that isn't really going to take place. And then making it seem as if this waiver was submitted last week and now being told it just got submitted 7 days later. So now we're another 7 days out. We could have had an answer by now if it was submitted last week. And so it doesn't really look like it's that important to the school district. And I really hope that's not the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker,
Next, we have Mary.
Mary?
Hi, yeah, my name is, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Mary Johnston. I'm a teacher at Folsom High School. I'm encouraged by you all wanting us to get back to the classroom sooner rather than later, which is great. And I do feel like there's been a lot of preparation done to receive students. I do have a small concern with regards to the waiver process in the discussion that I heard with, I think it was Hoover who was speaking about if we do get the waiver approved on March 1st, could we all come back to school March 2nd? Just personally, while coming to school sooner rather than later is totally understandable, I do think for the sake of students' frame of mind and for parents being prepared and teachers being prepared, it might be a good idea to give at least like half a week of a heads up or a week that we are going to be going back. That would occur with the red tier thing happening because we know, okay, yes, we're in the red tier. We have 5 days before we're going back. I do feel like sometimes throughout the process this school year, there's been a big lack of communication about when things are happening and what to expect. And I think that'll cause a lot of stress in the reopening process if suddenly on Monday, everybody gets a notice, okay, come to school tomorrow, this is how it works. So really being able to prepare students ahead of time and talk to them in class about what to expect and those procedures and transitioning and preparing ourselves as well with lesson plans adjusting on a day's notice seems a little short to me. So just keeping that in mind is my feedback.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker,
Next, we have Stacy.
Daisy?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I am a concerned parent. I know the teachers, I know all of that as well. But it's hard for me to understand how Roseville, Granite Bay, El Dorado Hills can all be opened. They went through the waiver process. And I have 5 children. 2 are doing hybrid and 2 are doing full-time because I moved them out of the district. And is it the teachers union that's having the hard time? Because I feel like it's with Roseville, they were told you can use 12 weeks of FMLA, and then after 12 weeks, you can choose to come back or not come back because it's about the kids. These kids need to come back. And I respect the teacher that just spoke, but in a reality, they are teaching right now, and there's no difference with them teaching today at home versus in the classroom tomorrow. These kids need to be back. My daughter was almost on antidepressants. Kids are committing suicide. It is so important that these kids get put back in school. And if the teachers are concerned, why are they so concerned? But yet we have the frontline workers, we have the Rayleigh's workers, we have Costco workers. We all need to work together, and our kids know they have to wear a mask. There's no way to tell them, oh, tomorrow you're going to be stressed because you get to go back to school. There's not going to be one kid that's going to be fully stressed about going back to school. It is very important that these kids, and I don't understand why Folsom is having such a struggle on getting these kids back when we have so many districts that are already back doing full time, and it's going amazing. Reach out to those schools, find out how they're doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
That was it, Mr. Short.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I'll bring this back to the board. At this point, do we have any final board comments and direction?
Yeah, Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. Reed.
I think it might be helpful if we kind of address some of the questions or comments that were raised for clarity purposes. And I'm trying to figure out the best way to address those. Yeah, I mean, I guess the first being the last caller, why are we not open and our neighboring districts in El Dorado County and Placer County are open? I guess let me pose it to a question. So we'll put it in that format. Superintendent, would it be accurate to say that the reason why El Dorado and Placer County schools are open was because of the original color tier system that the governor created on July 17th, which placed Sacramento County in the purple tier, and it placed Placer and El Dorado County in the red and or orange tiers. And that basically allowed those 2 counties to operate and return schools for upwards of 3 months prior to them being converted to the purple tier. Whereas Sacramento County was in the purple tier all but 3.5 weeks where we were in red. Is that sorry, that's a long question, but is that an accurate portrayal of why our neighboring districts are allowed to do something that we're not allowed to do?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I know if you look at geographically where we're located, folks maybe not realizing that Folsom Cordova is in Sacramento County. And the restrictions in Sacramento County by which we have to abide by have been different than El Dorado County and Placer County. And they have been less restrictive even at the beginning of the school year. And as far as contacting other districts that have already reopened, we've been doing that since, those schools opened, and we're learning from them as well and what they've weathered through. And we continue to do that with those that have been open longer than us in our neighboring counties and up and down the state and across states. We just got a crosswalk information on CDC compared to California's metrics in the color tiers and where they're similar and where they're not similar. So we have certain laws, certain guidance that we have to abide by, and we're not permitted to open our schools, without certain requirements in place. And part of that is the tiered system. That tiered system isn't something we decide upon in Folsom Cordova. That is a state-driven tiered system that all public schools in California have to abide by.
Thank you. My next question, I want to address the gentleman who was asking, is there anything that prohibits us from opening tomorrow? Is it fair to say that we are prohibited under state law from opening in violating the governor's order just because we want to reopen tomorrow? Is that accurate? We would be violating
I would
the
say
law.
that's a big piece of it. The state authorities, the state drives that that approval process through CDPH and through our local public health, which is Sacramento County Public Health. It's also driven by our district liability coverage. As a district, we are also charged with making sure that we're not putting our students or staff or our district in jeopardy or at risk by going outside of the guidelines that our JPA, our insurance authority, has agreed to insure schools as long as we follow the guidelines from our county and our state. So I'd say those are the two driving factors as to why Folsom Cordova doesn't just bring everybody back tomorrow.
Okay. And then I think the first question or comment was related to whether the bullet points in the motion would need to be amended. To ensure that if we get permission the day after, 2 days after we enter a grading period, that we can still reopen. And I think the second bullet point says that. Unless I'm misreading it, it says that if the approval occurs after the grading periods, so let's say we get it on March 3rd. So for the trimester schools, it says in-person instruction starts the following school day. So if we get it on March 3rd, then March 4th, the school we open the trimester schools. Is that I'm reading that correctly,
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. All right. So those bullet points wouldn't necessarily need to be amended then. Okay. That's it.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Clark.
Okay, so I guess excuse my ignorance on this, but I wanted to follow up on a question that Amy asked, and I know last time we met, we talked about the waiver, and honestly, I thought it was submitted as well, and I think I asked those pertinent questions about the timeline and being in a red tier, and I think I'm kind of like this Groundhog's Day thing where I'm asking these questions over and over again. I thought that it was submitted, but it's good to know that it was submitted today. So we'll just move forward, keep our fingers crossed, and hope for the best on that.
Mr. Clark, may I clarify?
Sure.
Last Thursday, when we had our special board meeting, the information was released from CDPH on February 10th, which was the day before.
Right.
It's a two-step process. The first step is submitting a letter of intent. That's what we submitted that day,
Okay.
the 11th.
All right.
Once we submit it, we had to wait for CDPH to send us the application.
Okay.
And they turned that around in 24 hours. And then
Okay.
once we get the application to complete, we have 10 days from the time we receive it to complete it.
Okay.
So we've completed and submitted the application under that 10-day time frame, and now they have 7 business days to review it. So, we have followed everything, and if it wasn't clear a week ago, we
Right.
apologize for
And
that.
like I said,
There's a lot of
there was a
details
lot
to
of
keep
a
straight.
movement there, a lot of wheels turning, and I'm glad that you clarified that letter of intent because, silly me, I thought it was
That's
a waiver.
okay.
So like I said, forgive my ignorance on that. Mr. O'Brien, and sorry if I butchered your name, raised a good question, and obviously to kind of mirror what Mr. Reed said about, could we start the next day? And my concern is, okay, are we prepared? Are the parents prepared to make the child care accommodations, or the teachers prepared to move their class, or actually they'll be in class already, I guess. But the question, bottom line is, how prepared are we with everything, getting the notices out and making those necessary phone calls? Can you say realistically that we are prepared?
I would say we are, because we've been in a phased reopening for several months now.
Okay.
And with our elementaries, when we went into the red tier and we were able to open our elementaries, there wasn't a lot of turnaround time. However, we had prioritized all the health and safety features, because in our reopening plan, we were planning to open our elementaries first.
Okay.
So all those safety mitigation and ventilation and all those things that we committed to doing were done first at the elementary. So it didn't hold us up once we were in the red tier. So we moved forward with that. We didn't have a lot of time, but we were ready. I think until you get your students and your staff back into the classroom, into that hybrid, that people feel, yeah, we've got this. We're good to go. Same thing with our middles and high schools. They physically, the plants or the schools are ready. We want to make sure our teachers have time. And that's probably something that we learned with our elementaries. If we could give our teachers a little bit more time prior to March 1st or March 15th, it would be, because they're going to be using, a concurrent teaching methodology that our elementaries are not using, because they're with the same teacher for the day. We want to give them the time to get their equipment that they've been using at home back into the classroom, to get the support from ETIS that they may need to make sure it's functioning and working properly, and to offer them professional development that whole week of February 22nd. And that is our plan, to make sure that our folks have the time and feel comfortable. But again, until you're actually using it in front of students and having the distance learning, students live stream in, it really is, that's a learning point too, for the students and for our teachers.
Okay. And then once we're on campus, I just want to make sure, especially with our middles and our high schools, that there's going to be enough time to get in. Because I think we talked about it some time ago, that they were going to come in during passing period and I guess sanitize the class or spray it down real quick. Is that still happening?
It is. It's all part of the COVID safety plan,
Okay.
and the schedule that the board approved back in November for our
Yes.
hybrid AB schedule allows for what we had planned to do with how the desks are set up as an A desk and a B desk, and the cleaning in between periods.
Right. Okay. That was it.
Mr. President.
Mr. Hoover.
Thank you. So I appreciate my colleague, Mr. Reed, for raising these questions, because I think a lot of the questions asked in public comment tonight were very valid. I mean, to put it succinctly about comparing ourselves to other districts in other counties, El Dorado and Placer are allowed to be open in the purple tier, but the state prohibits you from reopening in the purple tier. Personally, I don't think that makes any sense. I think that's inequitable. I think it's unfair. But unfortunately, that is the current state restrictions. And so, I want to get kids back in the classroom as much as anybody, but we need the state to do the right thing and fix that. Part of the fix for that was this waiver process, which I was really thankful to see come out last week. And I just want to give the superintendent, you know, I want to thank her because that came out the evening of February 10th. She had as she mentioned, it's a two-step process, and she had the letter of intent submitted by pretty much noon the day of February 11th or so. So we turned that around as quickly as possible. And then before this board meeting, she and her team submitted the remainder of the application that was required as the second part of the process. So I just want to give credit to her and her team for getting that turned around. It is, I understand the kind of the misnomer from last week of what we submitted. And part of the problem with that is because it, as pretty much anything so far with the state has been, it's a very confusing process, and it's very frustrating for us as well. But I just want to give credit to her team and her because we did follow all the steps that were required, and we were able to start that 7-day clock today, which gives us the chance to open on March 2nd. So if it gets approved, obviously. So I just wanted to commend her for that and explain that a little more. I understand it is so incredibly frustrating, but we are doing the very best that we can to work through every avenue possible to get our kids back to the classroom. Someone also made a comment that this is about enrollment. Certainly, we don't want to lose enrollment in this district, but I assure you that there are many more things, I believe, on the mind of our board members and myself personally, if I'm just speaking for myself, than enrollment. I think mental health and academic outcomes come to mind as far more important than enrollment. And we know that in-person learning is the best thing for that. To Mr. Clark's questions, I think he asked some good ones about are we prepared? And Dr. Collegian clarified that we are. I do think we're prepared. I think we've been prepared. However, I did want to ask, when are we going to, let's say our trimester schools are starting on, let's say the waiver gets approved and they are able to start on March 2nd. Are we operating on the assumption that it gets approved so that we can tell families and teachers what hybrid cohort they're going to be in? Because that is still something that they'll need to find out, I assume, prior to that Tuesday. So, can we announce that? I don't know. I don't know the best way to announce that, but I was curious about that part of it logistically.
And that's a really good question. And our principals have already worked with those families and with our teachers that have agreed to come back in person and those that are going to continue teaching distance learning. And they've already got them sorted, right, Dr.
Yeah, students are already in the A and B groups. And so I believe families have been notified, but I can double check into that as well. But either way, it would be a very quick process to let families know if they don't know already which group they're in.
Okay. And yeah, please, I would love to find out if they've been notified, but I don't know if it's possible if we, the week before or even 5 days before, if we could send at least to those families in our trimester schools, assuming we approve the board motion tonight, hey, if this waiver gets approved, these are the cohorts. I don't know if that is possible, just so that at least our teachers and families know that the possibility could be there that they're going to the classroom on Tuesday or Wednesday. So that was just something I'd love a follow-up on, but we don't need to figure that out tonight. I just wanted to put that out there. So
I think that's a really good point. And having, as a parent, I would want to know that too as soon as possible, because you'll have to make arrangements. And
right.
So just to chime in really quick, because my phone exploded from the secondary principals. Actually, they've been holding because they were waiting to kind of get that directive in terms of when we'd be coming back, but they're absolutely ready and they will communicate that with families next week.
Okay, that's fantastic. So thank you to our principals too.
Thank you, admin team.
Jumping in on that. And I appreciate that. I think that the point is valid that, if we tell people Monday night, hey, you're going to go into school on Tuesday morning, it's a fair point. So anything we can do to help that would be great. My last comment would just be that Mr. Reed brought up the point earlier about maybe making this slightly broader. I actually would support that. And I just want to explain why. And when I say broader, I mean like maybe adding a couple words about or any further changes or something to state law or state processes or something. And maybe I'll leave David to write the motions. He's the best at it. And the reason I say this is because legislative leadership announced a proposal this afternoon on school reopenings. Since this meeting started, the governor came out and said the proposal doesn't go far enough and doesn't open schools quickly enough. And so I guess my point is this is changing really quickly. We don't know what that proposal is when that's going to get voted on. We don't know if it's going to be better than the options we have now or worse. So I do think a slight bit more flexibility would be good, but I just wanted to put that out there. So
Yeah, Mr. President.
Yes. Mr.
Yeah, I guess my point was our February 4th motion that was approved 5-0 by the board has everything that we could possibly want that's addressed in the first paragraph of this recommended motion. So that's why I don't think the first paragraph of this recommended motion is needed, because we've already taken care of that and it was very broad. I think if anything, we just simply approve the 2 bullet points as additional guidance to staff that on how to open the schools tied to the very soon to be upon us semester periods or trimester periods and semester, the start of the grading periods. So I think if we do anything, it just would be my opinion that we approve the 2 bullet points and that's it.
Okay. Any other board final comments for I?
So just for
make-
clarification, Mr.
Okay.
Vice President, we would strike the first paragraph of the recommended motion. I just want to be clear.
Yeah, I think
And
I'll
just leave it with the 2 bullet points.
Yeah, I think you just simply say the board provides the following additional guidance on reopening, and then bullet point 1, bullet point 2.
Okay.
And maintain our last motion.
What's that?
And maintain the last.
And maintain the last motion, which is already approved.
And then I would clarify, Superintendent, is that work for staff? Work for you guys?
Yes.
I just want to make sure. Okay. All right. Can I make some comments now?
Board President.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah.
Allie has one.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go to Allie first. Allie.
Yeah, I just had a question for Dr. Kligian. Can you explain a bit more about why we're waiting until the grading period for the semester schools, March 15th? I don't know, it just seems a bit far away. It's almost a month away. In a perfect world, if the waiver gets approved in 3 days, then we're still kind of out a month until we can wait to go back to school. So I just wanted to hear a little bit more about your reasoning behind that.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I appreciate, the motivation and that initiative to want to get back as soon as possible. We were backwards mapping from the timeline that CDPH gave us as to the soonest that, maybe we would be able to come back, and that soonest based on the submission of the safety request form today would be 7 business days, which takes us to March 1st. And that's if there's an approval, and then we can open on the 8th day, which is March 2nd. That's the best case scenario. If they review our request form and say you need to make some adjustments, that pushes it out potentially another week. So it's getting really, it's now getting you really close to the March 15th. And those schools that are in a quarter or a semester system, especially for our high school students, we were trying to be mindful of your final schedules and not giving additional stress if it's that close. So we were backwards mapping from the best time, the most optimal time we would foresee, but that's not, that decision is going to be based on CDPH's approval.
Okay, I get that. That makes sense. Yeah, I guess things just take time. So thank you.
Okay. Mr. Hui?
Yeah, it'd be a great problem to have if we had that approval and
Yeah.
had 2 weeks to wait. But I appreciate your comment. I just one quick question that as Mr. Hoover was talking about the A and B groups, I'm curious about, are we planning on switching to the hybrid schedule at the trimester and semester break regardless of the waiver process?
Dr. Hoover?
I'm sorry, say it again.
No
My phone's
problem.
still blowing up. So
Are we planning on switching to the hybrid schedule at the trimester and semester break regardless of the approval, or that's the question?
The plan was actually to stay in the distance learning model until we came back physically to campus. But that is certainly something, because we're so dang close, that I think if we were that close and we were only talking about a couple of days, it would absolutely make sense after we hit the grading period to then move to the hybrid model to be ready for it. But we could bring that back to the principals and the teachers and have that discussion, but I don't see why that would be a problem, especially if we're scant days from being on campus. So it would make sense.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah. And if CDPH comes back and there's one thing they want to change and we know it won't be more than a couple of weeks, then I think that would make a lot of sense. So just a couple of comments. Mike O'Brien, thanks for calling in. And I think you had one other question. I'm not sure it got answered, but if this isn't approved, what is the plan? I'll just say for myself that initially the plan is once we hit red, we're back in within 5 days. I think we're also still pursuing the possibility of having our 6th graders back on campus if neither of those, if this doesn't get approved and if we're not in red for some time. We could talk a little bit more about what that might look like once we know more about this. And the other thing I think is really important there for me to point out is that if this doesn't get approved, I still think there's no reason we shouldn't at least have our special ed cohorts, give them the possibility of being back on March 1st, no matter what. And maybe this is a clarification, Dr. Clegane, is that something we would need to motion for? Because that is CDPH law that they're allowed to be on campus. Can we just say that we want them back on campus by March 1st, period?
In the small cohorts, that small cohort language currently exists. Mr. Ogden, is that doable, you think?
Well, the current language that we have, and we bargained with our bargaining unit, is it's voluntary. And so to make it, so are you suggesting it become mandatory?
Yes.
So that would be something that if the board directed us to go forward with, we would bargain the impacts and effects of that change in working conditions with the bargaining unit.
Is that's just direction you need? It's not a motion that you would need?
It would be direction from the board would be sufficient.
I'd be curious to hear thoughts from the rest of the board on that. There are any?
Yeah, I would definitely support that if we don't get this thing approved. Yeah, I know that would require some sort of concurrent bargaining, but I'd be supportive of that.
Let's start. I'm good. You good? Yeah.
I just have one clarifying question, and maybe Betty Jo can comment on this. If we're still in a holding pattern on March 1st or March 15th, or what you stated, March 1st, you would want to see special ed come back on March 1st, but might we want to tie that again to the grading periods? Right.
I'm sorry, we can't
Yeah,
hear
many
Mr. Ogden.
different classifications.
Turned it off. Sorry.
And I think Betty Jo Wessinger is on. She can add some clarification to that too.
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to hear what was being said.
Oh, can you repeat it?
The question is, would all of special ed be able to return in, and we're saying in person?
Correct.
Following the hybrid model on March 1st?
Following the hybrid model, or if the hybrid model is not put into effect because we're not approved, regardless, special ed would be back on March 1st.
So we would have to bargain. Like Mr. Ogden said, it's voluntary right now, but I think that we might want to put some parameters on what classrooms that might be, because, for example, most of our students are primarily mainstreamed, and to have them back on campus without classes to go to would just mean they're sitting in classrooms on a device, and then we'd have to have supervision and proctors. So I would suggest that we would put some parameters on it, that it would be our self-contained classes.
I'm comfortable with that if we at least use that language of self-contained classes are back March 1st, regardless of the approval of the waiver that we've applied for.
Okay. Any other questions on that, or it's just more direction? Okay. All right.
So, sorry, just a couple more things. Thank you for that conversation. I think that's really helpful. And there are a lot of students that need to be in classrooms in special ed that are currently not. I did want to just address Mary's comment, teacher, and I'm sorry, Mary, I can't remember if it was Folsom High School or Folsom Middle. If it's neither of those, forgive me even more. You mentioned it's just, you would want a little bit more time, just a couple days even, for students to have some, to know ahead of time that they're going to be coming back in the class. I get where you're coming from. I do. I think there's some merit to having that conversation. I guess where I get hung up on that is, no matter what, I think it's going to be a couple weeks of adjustment, at least 1 week of adjustment for teachers and for students. And I wouldn't want to delay that any more than we have to. So that's why I would kind of push to say, let's get back on the second in person if we're able to. That's for Folsom Middle School and Sutter Middle School. Are there any other schools that would be?
Walnut Wood, 7th and 8th grade.
Walnut Wood, 7th and 8th. The other schools in our secondary would have a couple of weeks to be prepared to know that it's coming. So I think by and large, most of our students in our community would have that heads up. And Mary, I sympathize with you. I know that's really difficult to just turn this around right away. I would say to our teachers, let's move forward as if we are going to be approved in this waiver. And that way, we're as prepared as we can be. I definitely don't want you to be in a position where you're, not certain on March 1st. So if we move forward as if it's going to be approved, I think that would be really important. The last thing here for me is I just want to make sure I point out, we're talking about going back on secondary to an A-B hybrid model. And I want to make sure we're all really clear. This is not a perfect model. There's still faults to this model. I think it's really good that we have our students in the classroom, but there's going to be a lot of challenges to this. I mean, there's going to be a lot of classrooms where there might be very few students because people have the choice of being there or not. There's going to be some clunkiness and awkwardness to teachers learning how to teach to people in person while there's people on Zoom. But with all that in mind, as a community, all of us, teachers, parents, board members, I just want to kind of ask for a lot of grace, especially for our teachers during these first few weeks of implementing the hybrid model. Teachers, I know you're going to be working really hard, and I know it's also, it's going to have some challenges to it. So I hope we can give you grace in that. And lastly, just to echo some thoughts by Carrie Kay earlier, I do want to just encourage us, implore us as a community as well to do everything we can to make sure our kids can be in the classroom. I think this is important to just about every community member, but we do have to keep doing the things that we've been doing, keep wearing masks, keep social distancing, keep our social circles small, have our own cohorts, so to speak. All those little things will add up to being able to open our schools as well as continue to keep them open. And I think, I know people have been working really hard at that. That's clear because the numbers have been going down, but we can't let up on that because things look like they're getting better. So that's my last thing. I appreciate the discussion tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Hui. Well, I want to thank the board and also the public comments and all the questions. So I don't have too many questions left. I think we've covered a lot of them, but I do have some comments or maybe and coming from the questions. And I think it's important to keep in mind that this district has been in a phased approach and transitional for months, and we've been very successful. As a matter of fact, I'm on the delegate assembly region here for CSBA. We have 2 board members here on the CS, which also we spent a lot of time talking to other school districts within the Sacramento County, and we are the model for phasing and transitioning. We are one of the only largest school districts actually open. So it's hats off to all our teachers and the staff here working diligently, because as we've heard earlier, we're building the bicycle while we're riding it. And it's very difficult. And saying that is And we were talking earlier about the legalities of, what is the law? Well, we cannot forget we're in an emergency state. We're in a pandemic. We're in a disaster. We just can't see it. It's like a fire going through the forest or a flood displaces people. This is doing the same thing. And under the emergency state, the governor's guidelines and the folks that are in charge becomes law. And so kind of hamstrings all the local, it's jurisdictional. I mean, we can look at all the counties around us, everything else, but it comes down to jurisdictional, just how our counties and states function with state and federal laws and everything else. So it's a complex matrix. And under emergency situations, it is so chaotic because hasn't happened for almost 100 years ago. And we're all struggling to figure out how to do it. And as you compare to other states, Florida is wide open. We have states, when we start comparing ourselves to states, it doesn't end. Everybody does it differently under these type of situations, and every local climatical area has all the different pandemics. So I think the system we have here tiered is our only matrix we have. Of course, it sounds like there's been ever changing, which is very frustrating. As Mr. Reed said, it just doesn't seem fair. It isn't fair, but it's the only matrix we have, and it comes down to metrics, and it comes down to jurisdictional. But I just want to say we are phasing, we are doing a transition, and we have to stay in compliance. I mean, we're kind of in this box, and I hear the public saying, "Well, why are we struggling?" Well, I think the state's struggling, and I think the whole system is struggling. Our legislators, our leaders, our governor, really, like you said, they've never done this before, and sometimes it seems like they're just taking a more of a stricter approach sometimes and seeing what works and doesn't work, because under these conditions, we're in a pandemic, and the metrics and the tiers is really a recovery program in an emergency situation. So I'm really optimistic we're seeing things change. So let's keep diligent, like Mr. Hoover saying. Let's do whatever it takes. Community, it takes all of us to make this work. Opening up secondary schools is going to be a little more challenging. Yes, it is. We have teenagers, and we don't have any data really to talk about how it's going to work, but we do have data how it worked in K-5. I think our system, we've gone above and beyond, and we talk about the stakeholders. We put an HVAC systems there. We've gone to all the PPE. I think we've done a lot, as much as we possibly can. And with this motion here, I think it's very flexible and open, and we're going to do whatever it takes within the law and compliance. And I have full faith in our staff, our teachers will step up and make it happen, because bottom line is these kids need to get back to school. We need to get it back as normal as possible, because the social emotional, and we've heard everything. And with no doubt, I get it. I'm a parent. I've had kids going through it. I have to deal with kids with my own, with distance learning. And there's all kinds of things that every parent goes through. Experiencing COVID, your neighbors passing away, families passing away. This is a serious issue. And so until we all take that in consideration, it's just one big disaster. And so we are here. We're gonna win this. We're gonna get back. We're gonna get back to normal, but it's gonna take time, and we're gonna do it. And I'm really, really proud of this district and staff of what we've done, and we're gonna continue to do it. So with that said, we do want to work with the stakeholders. We do need to work with our teachers. Like I've heard some of the questions here, we just don't want to turn a light switch and then suddenly we're there. I believe staff is going to work with teachers, and our administrators are going to do what's best, not only for the teachers, but for our kids. So I like this motion. I like the way we changed it. Leave it flexible, leave it open. But like Mr. Hoover said, state law is already changing, right? As we're talking about. This thing's going to change probably a dozen times, because it looks like our politicians can't make it's so politicized. It's all a reduction. But only thing we have control over is what we can do here under our circle of influence is what we can do, what the laws give us. So with that said, I would like to have a motion.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'll make the motion, but if I may, I just have one last question for the superintendent. As it relates to the second bullet point, which recommends well, actually, I guess it's the first and second bullet point of the semester schools opening on March 15th. Is that on the recommendation of the principals that it open on March 15th due to finals and exams and other things that would be taking place right before the grading period?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Then, given that's the case, I would make the motion, well, first of all, strike the first paragraph in the recommended motion, insert the board moves to adopt the following additional guidance to staff, colon, and then the 2 bullet points, and then I guess Mr. Hui has a 3rd bullet point. Is that correct on special ed?
Sounds like we don't need it.
Oh, it sounds like we don't need it. Okay.
If you have-
All right, so then just the 2 bullet points. So that's my motion.
That's a
I'll
motion.
second.
We got a first and a second. Thank you. Mr. Reed's the first. Stewart's the second. So roll call, Superintendent.
Mr. Reed,
Aye.
Mr. Short,
Aye.
Mr. Hoover,
Aye.
Mr. Clark,
Aye.
Mr. Hui,
Aye.
Ms. Gallant.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Well, thank you, board, and thank
Thank
you for
you.
the deliberation, and thank you everybody from the public. And we'll see what happens with this waiver. And we'll be positive, I think, optimistically positive. Moving on to the next item 10, discussion action item C, CSB delegate assembly election. Speaking of that, we have 2 delegates here and Superintendent.
You could probably talk through this one better than I can, President Short. Mr. Short's term is due in 2021, and so are some of the other incumbents. So this gives the board the ability for selecting the following delegates, unless you have a write-in. But of those 4, Mr. Short is one of them. Mr. Clark's term comes due in 2022. So next year we'll be revoting on his term if he's interested in continuing to serve another 2-year term. The number of vacancies are 5. We can vote for no more than 5. And I say we, you as a board. So we have 4. I don't know if you have a write-in name. If not, I would recommend we go with the 4 unless you make a recommendation for a write-in.
Okay, back to the board. I mean,
Not sure about this Ed Short guy, but I'll motion to approve.
okay, all 4. Yeah.
I'll second.
Just the 4, yeah.
We got a motion by
I'll
Mr.
second.
Hoover to go with all 4, and we got a second by Mr. Hui. With that said, Superintendent, roll call.
Mr. Reed,
Aye.
Mr. Short,
Aye.
Mr. Hoover,
Aye.
Mr. Clark,
Aye.
Mr. Hui,
Aye.
Ms. Gallant.
Aye.
Motion carries 5.
I want to thank you for the support, and it's really good that we have 2 delegates on the CSBA. So thank you. With that said, we're moving on to discussion item number 11. Item A, proposal for learning loss mitigation support for students. Superintendent.
Yes, this item is coming back to the board as a follow-up from a previous board meeting where we daylighted the different supports and intervention for what we're calling learning recovery in the form of how we're re-engaging students, especially those that might have had a hard time engaging over the past several months, how we're supporting those students that are academically struggling, and how we're supporting students' social emotional well-being. So with that, I want to thank Dr. Huber and Mr. Wilson and our lead teachers who worked very hard on this presentation. And I'm going to turn it over to our 2 assistant superintendents to share this presentation and then entertain questions from the board.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And our outcomes this evening, as Sarah just kind of laid out, is we want to take you through kind of where we are in terms of the current recovery plan, what we're planning for the summer as well as next year. Also, in terms of what does that mean in terms for our special education students. Also, how we're integrating the SEL practices throughout that. And finally, next steps. So next slide, Kelly. So one of the things that we first wanted to share, and again, as kind of we've echoed earlier, a huge thank you goes out to all of our teachers and our support staff and our administrators, because a lot of what you're going to see, we started working on really about 2.5 years ago. And it started with us coming together collectively, a whole bunch of different groups and working collaboratively around what we termed as our multi-tiered system of support. And that framework, what you're looking at on the screen right now, it's kind of represented there. So the very base of that is our professional learning communities. And that base then supports everything else, such as the next element are those three elements of climate, culture, and connectedness. And then that takes us into our overall focus in terms of the whole student, if you will: social emotional learning, self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. And then in particular, in terms of what we're talking about this evening, when it comes to learning recovery, is we're coming back to our RTI model. And this is something that we've invested a lot of time and professional development in, and all of our schools are really invested in terms of either their grade level teams or their subject area teams. Next slide, Kelly. So just as a quick refresher in terms of the RTI model, it takes the place as symbolized in a triangle. And that bottom tier, that widest tier, the green tier, is tier 1. And this is what all students receive. And that's high quality, scientifically based instruction provided by qualified personnel. So we're basically ensuring that any learning difficulties are not due to inadequate instruction. The second tier, that yellow tier, represents roughly, it's usually around 10 to 15% of our student population that, for whatever reason, around this essential skill or a standard in the classroom, aren't making adequate progress. And so the team comes together to figure out how to intervene on behalf of those students in terms of catching up that learning, all right, helping them in the moment, in the classroom, stay engaged and make up whatever those needs are. And then finally, the last tier is 1 to 5% of the students. And these are students that need individualized and intensive interventions, because everything that perhaps the classroom teacher has tried thus far has not helped the student make the learning gains that are necessary. Slide, Kelly. And just again, in terms of this is a process the whole faculties and staffs have gone through for several years in terms of really looking at, again, as educational teams, how do we intervene for our kids, and really looking at a different approach to education, and it becoming more individualized towards what does the student need in order to be successful. Next slide, Kelly. So in terms of engagement, and actually, sorry, this is where Mr. Wilson takes over.
All right, thank you. So we're going to talk about engagement. And again, as Dr. Collegian pointed out, we're going to be discussing what is happening now, what's happening during the summer, and what's happening next year. So this will be a reoccurring theme throughout the evening on each topic. So we've had a lot of discussions about engagement and reaching out to all of our students, whether they're in front of us, whether they're distance learning. And this has been ongoing since, well, we do this normally during the school year, but also it has been heightened awareness since the pandemic began. Number one contact is our teachers, and they are doing a phenomenal job of reaching out. They are our first ones to notice if a student is not engaged, whether present but not engaged or just not there at all. So what we do in terms of that is take a look at engagement strategies, whether they're in person or distance learning. That starts with morning meetings, that teacher and that student one-to-one virtual meetings. You can see the list of things that happen there. And what happens if we are not being successful in there is we escalate it to the administration. And the administrators reach out and make contact with the families. And we at a district level have offered them scripts to use. We have a family wellness check flow chart that helps navigate these conversations with families. And we use every resource that we have on the campuses, whether those are counselors, our mental health specialists, and really work to help the families and not be punitive, but to bring down barriers on what is causing this disengagement. We also have, and I'm sure you've heard of these, our SART and SARB processes, which is our school attendance review boards. And we incorporate, again, law enforcement into these as well, because it is law to send your children to school. And then we work with community outreach as well on really providing every possible resource we have to engage the students. Next slide, please. For the summer, we are really looking at providing a whole child student focused summer school. And again, we've been talking about that social and emotional learning piece. And we know that children are struggling with that. So we do not want to forget that piece when we're talking about summer school, making the plans for that. We are looking to combine our academic offerings along with those social and emotional offerings and wrap that around where we're going to be distributing food in the communities. Timing and location of the programs is something that also assists in this engagement endeavor. We want to make this as convenient for students and families to get to our summer programs as we possibly can. And in order to really get to what the students need during this summertime, it's going to be extremely focused through assessments and understanding of where the students currently are. We're going to be doing a very focused recovery effort. And also reaching out to the parents to through parent nights and information nights to really let them know how important it is to get their students engaged and into those summer programs should they be necessary. And then into next year, thank you, Kelly, we will have data. We have data now. We're looking at our data. We will be using that from the 2021 school year as we build our programs and look for those interventions to put in place for the following year. And again, you'll see those clubs and extracurricular opportunities in person and virtual. Again, planning for every contingency plan, but hoping for full traditional in person and really being able to get the students in front of us. Next slide, please. So for the elementary, and again, we'll be referencing the tiers through this. We have been working for several years, as Dr. Huber pointed out, on essential standards. What does every child in every grade need to know that is non-negotiable? It's not, nope, we'll wait till next year to catch them up on this one, but these standards they have to know before they leave this grade level. We've identified those essential standards, and we are using both our social science and our science to support ELA and math, and really integrating all subjects together to reinforce all those essential standards. And again, our teachers, our teaching staff, and our support staff are experts in this. And whether they are doing this through distance learning or they're doing this in person hybrid right now, we are focusing on this as we speak. Maybe not right now because the children should be in bed or doing their homework, but during the school day, we are doing this every day. When you look at the site-based PLC coaches, again, professional learning communities, our coaches, we actually met with our PL coaches today. And this is a reoccurring meeting, and we are talking about how schools are putting their teams together and talking in grade levels and focusing on what the students that they are seeing need in those grade levels and honing those lessons to really target them. And all along this, we are embedding SEL and cultural responsive instructional strategies along the times that we go. For the summer, next slide, please, Kelly. Thank you. So again, continued support. We have a lot of resources at our hands right now. We have Lexia, we have iReady reading and math. We are looking also at home summer learning resources for those that can't attend in person or can't make it to a summer program. We're exploring the on-the-ground summer programs at several of the elementary sites, again, trying to meet the needs of as many students as possible and engaging them in as many locations as possible. We'll have to balance that with staffing to make sure that we have the resources to staff and match them to the students' needs. And again, we're going to be saying this throughout this program, and Dr. Pease will be in here later on this evening to discuss the specifics of those SEL and CRT instructional strategies. And for next year, again, reoccurring, we're going to be using our data and our SMART goals to really look to see where, hopefully, no gaps exist, but where gaps do exist, if they are, and target those gaps. And again, that's a lot of words up there, but you can see that we do have a plan for next year. And again, our teachers are well versed in data disaggregation and understanding what their students' needs are. And next slide, please.
Okay, and so now we're to secondary, and you're going to see there are a lot of crossovers because a lot of the things that we have are district-wide, and they're used both elementary and secondary level. But currently, teachers and PLC teams are continuing to target the essential standards that students need to master through our guaranteed and viable curriculum. Our teachers are involved in academic conferences with students, especially targeting students who are struggling or struggling to either engage or struggling academically. Also, we're continuing to work on embedded SEL and cultural responsive instructional strategies. We've been doing professional development with teachers basically since the school year began. And we are currently working on those small cohort groups for grade recovery and credit recovery when we can bring kids back onto campus in small groups as well. So a lot of things are still happening online where teachers are reaching out and providing interventions or setting up interventions, inviting students to come to those online. But we're also looking forward to being able to pull some kids onto campus too when we're able to do that. Next slide, Kelly. As we mentioned earlier, and what Mr. Wilson referred to just a little while ago, is we're really looking to increase our summer offerings this year. So we're looking at hosting summer school at both Folsom High School and Cordova High School, also at one of the middle schools on the Folsom side and one of the middle schools on the Rancho side. So much more expanded offerings, both for credit recovery, but also some enrichment opportunities as well. For instance, PE and things like that. So that way students can free up some space in their schedules when we return in the fall in order to pursue, whether it's credit recovery during the fall or to pursue elective courses that they would like to engage in the fall. So a much larger summer school program than we've had probably in the last 10 years in our district is what we're working on currently. Next slide, Kelly. And then next year, we're back kind of to that first multi-tiered model that I showed you as we go back to our PLC mission in terms of ensuring that students are learning at grade level or higher, continuing to target the essential standards and teacher teams working together to intervene when students are struggling in terms of mastery of those standards. Working with kids in terms of academic conferences, especially at the secondary level, we really do want to work on their metacognition and their efficacy in terms of being responsible, for their learning, being responsible for plotting their course as they progress through secondary and get ready for post-secondary, whether it's college, trade school, military, etc. And then throughout all of it, we'll continue to embed and refine our work around SEL and culturally responsive practices. Next slide, Kelly. Interventions. We're talking again in terms of right now, our schools are engaging in Every Child by Name. And interestingly enough, a lot of our secondary schools have kind of adopted this. We don't call it Every Child by Name at that level, but it's basically the same thing in terms of those academic conferences and pulling parents and students in to talk about where students are in terms of their academics or perhaps their social emotional needs also. This involves student goal setting, so the students and the families are part of what goals can we set for short-term and long-term to help kids get better, either improve their grades or to get the grades up so they get the credit if it's a high school student. Our teachers, of course, have at their disposal iReady, Lexia, Power Up. There's just a multitude of tools teachers have at their disposal. And we're also looking at doing things like leveling reading groups, leveling interventions. All these things are the things that teachers have at their disposal. And basically it is those PLC teams as either grade level teams or subject area teams that are engaging in a variety of different approaches. Next slide, Kelly. Again, for summer, we're talking about the summer school program and a program from elementary through secondary. Again, elementary is not something we've done, as far as I know, as long as I've been in this district, but that is something that we're bringing, that our elementary program will actually, our summer school program will actually be elementary through K through 12, perhaps if we can do that, and if there's interest in terms of parents and students. Again, we'll be using targeted Lexia Power Up, Read Naturally, etc., as tools that teachers have access to and students have access to at home summer learning resources. And also it's important to note that these also will be both online, because we have had parents and students express interest online, as well as on ground. We want to be able to offer both depending on the needs of the students and the parents and the families. Next slide, Kelly. And then next year, again, kind of back to that model. We're back to Every Child by Name. We're back to academic conferences. We're back to really looking at essential standards and making sure that students meet the essential standards. If they don't, that PLC team coming together and working together in terms of, how do we stretch the kids that met the essential standards so we can take them a little bit further? How do we reinforce it for students who have somewhat met the standard, but maybe are a little bit shaky in some areas that could use some reinforcement? And then also how to remediate in terms of the student that did not meet that skill or that standard. And so how do we catch that learning up in the moment rather than trying to take the student someplace else or remediate outside the classroom? Again, academic conferences and data chats with students and ongoing professional development for our faculty. Next slide, Kelly. And this I now pass over to Ms. Wessinger.
Good evening. In special education, right now, we have been doing this all year long, and that is at our annual IEP meetings. We are measuring progress on goals. We're updating present levels of achievement and reviewing data. We are looking at regression and recoupment needs and measuring those for extended school year, which is our summer program, and we're taking into consideration teacher and parent input. Additionally, our students who are in distance learning have a distance learning plan that, among other things, addresses how services will be delivered, for example, virtual packets, etc. We are revising the distance learning plan as needed. And then many of our students also will be able to avail themselves of the tiered interventions that Dr. Huber just talked about. Next slide, please. During this summer, we will be offering a full day program, and we will offer options in person and virtual for K-12 through 18 to 22. And we will have an AM/PM program for preschool so that we can keep the class sizes small. In the morning, we will focus on the extended school year, which is the regression and recoupment. And then during the PM time, we will focus on learning recovery with specific skill remediation. We have hired our ESY principals already. Site selection is underway, and we are looking at offering at multiple sites this summer. And so we will be continuing to hire here soon and hope to get out information to parents during the first week of March. Also during summer, our students who are mild moderate, who don't usually have extended school year written in their IEP, will be able to avail themselves of the learning recovery resources, the summer program that's being offered for elementary and secondary, and learning support will be available in those programs. Next slide, please. Next year, we will continue to measure progress on goals, which we do at least annually. And our focus will be on addressing regression and recoupment for students, and this will be on an individual basis. Next up is Dr. Pease.
Next slide, please. All right. So while the conversation on learning recovery, it largely highlights academic needs for students, the COVID-19 disruption has had negative impacts on students and staff, social emotional development and awareness as well. The research has shown that the lower volume of social interactions caused by school closures and social distancing may have resulted in diminished social and emotional skills for some students, in particular those students in the early childhood, which is a critical period for building these skills. Thankfully, our students in grades K through 5, they've been engaged in hybrid learning, but staff also miss daily in-person interactions with students and colleagues. However, I would be remiss if I failed to mention the negative effects of COVID-19 pandemic on our students living in poverty and homelessness, children in detention facilities, children with disabilities, Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Furthermore, I would like to note that social emotional learning is not an intervention, but rather a tier 1 support that must be implemented district-wide and throughout each tier. We must prioritize SEL in our entry plans by framing the first few weeks in relationships, routines, and resilience, just as we do at the beginning of the school year. Next slide. So if we look at SEL over the summer, students will be engaged in reading programs, monthly challenges, field trips, community activities. But again, we want to make sure that we are keeping SEL as our center of all of our efforts. And so a focus on SEL, it affords us the opportunity to rebuild a sense of belonging, community, and safety. Next slide. So for the 21-22 school year, we're going to continue all of the strategies that have been implemented over the spring and the summer. And in the later slides, I'm going to discuss these bullet points in greater detail. We spoke a little bit about them at the previous board meeting, just again, going over the morning check-ins, a second step curriculum, elevating student voice, academic mindset, and that whole child framework. And again, I'm going to talk about that in later slides. Next slide, please.
So the next two slides that we're looking at right here are from the original presentation a few weeks ago, or a week ago, wanted to make sure that we put them back in there to remember the considerations that we were using when building this model. So again, we're thinking about those expanded small cohort groups and how we identify the children that we are talking about during this learning recovery model. Next slide, please. And again, the academic supports on the remaining of the school year, those that are happening right now. And again, Dr. Pease will go back into the SEL ongoing and future needs of our students. Next slide, please.
Great. So here we're going to talk about the 3 R's. Many may ask, why are we focusing on SEL right now when there's such a great emphasis on learning recovery? And the simple answer is that we can't afford not to focus on SEL, as we're honoring the biology of our students' brains, which is the intersection between emotions, focus, and learning. So by focusing on these 3 R's of relationships, routines, and resilience, we are functioning as the buffer to stress for that our youth have experienced during the school closures. So the idea of maintaining relationships really is excuse me, the key point in oxytocin boosters. So educators, are going to work to continue to build effective, lasting relationships by holding one-on-one conversations, helping students connect, and having 15-minute daily huddles or doing family teacher check-ins. And I just want to again give kudos to our staff who are already doing these things. I've heard remarkable stories of connections that are being built and relationships being strengthened. So thank you to all of our teachers and administrators and classified staff who are engaged in building relationships. In terms of routines, routines are about making school environments feel safer and calmer, and our brains are prediction machines, and we like order. So when our environments are orderly, our brain is calmer, which then affords our young scholars the ability to be able to learn better. So in the classroom, teachers can co-create norms, routines with students, also encourage families to hold family meetings to talk about important issues that the students are experiencing, and incorporate simple things like eating meals together or walking together, getting some sort of exercise for 30 minutes a day, and prioritizing sleep. Additionally, teachers and parents can establish mindful practices with students that could include deep breathing, journaling, quiet pacing, or meditation for 20 minutes each day. In terms of resilience, resilience is a skill that can be built and honed over time. Resilience begins with learning how to regulate our emotions and behaviors from role models like parents and adults. So in our classrooms, teachers are teaching these strategies, celebrating successes and empowering our students to find creative solutions. So both parents and teachers can offer hope, expressing confidence that this crisis will end and that we must work together to manage ourselves and our fears every single day. Next slide. So when we talk about incorporating SEL into academic content, this is an opportunity for folks to be creative and find ways to elevate student voice, making sure that the content that's being delivered is engaging and it's interactive. When we talk about academic mindsets are the attitude and beliefs that one has related to their learning and sets the groundwork for deep learning and SEL learning. So an academic mindset can be fostered by setting high expectations, framing mistakes and struggles as part of the learning process, and using culturally relevant teaching practices, and challenge stereotype threat. And stereotype threat refers to the risk of confirming negative stereotypes about an individual's racial, ethnic, gender, or cultural group, which can create high cognitive load and reduce academic focus and performance. And then we get into the 3 signature SEL practices. So these practices are a tool for fostering a supportive environment and promoting SEL. They're intentional and explicit about helping to build a habit of practice with students and adults to enhance SEL skills. So the first is welcoming activities. These activities can be brief, interactive experiences that bring about student voice from every participant, really making those connections with one another. And then also providing a space for culturally rich voices to be heard, respected, and learned from. So the more that we share ourselves with one another, the stronger and safer our learning environments will become. In terms of the engagement strategies, this is being in tune with and responsive to neurological, biological, social, and emotional needs. So our teachers are equipped with myriad of engagement strategies and regularly incorporate brain breaks in their teaching. So therefore, it's just critical that our staff continue to utilize these strategies while making SEL explicit. And then lastly, optimistic closures. They're not necessarily, a cheery ending and, making everybody feel good, but they're rather opportunities for individuals to share their understanding of the importance of the work and can provide really a sense of accomplishment and support forward thinking. So optimistic closures can help folks reflect about their learning, help identify next steps, and make connections to the work with one another. Next slide. So when we talk about a whole child framework, first we're starting with implementation of a comprehensive system of support to ensure that academic, behavior, social, and emotional supports are available to every student. So earlier you heard Dr. Huber talk about our MTSS framework, which is one way that we can address various student needs due to the vast needs of our students related to traumatic events over the last year, which includes racial injustice as well as the pandemic. Tier 2 supports can be challenging. So instead, we need to expand our universal Tier 1 instruction supports to help students recover academically and heal social emotionally. Also, again, embedding SEL within existing systems to create a safe and supportive and equitable environment. Creating an awareness of systems that perpetuate racism and unconscious bias in school. It grants us the opportunity and responsibility to dismantle and rebuild structures that have created barriers for historically marginalized students. And we have to reflect on and act against those systems while taking an asset-based approach in creating this change. And then creating safe and predictable structures for students that foster health, belonging, emotional safety, relationship building. And this is not just for students, but this is for all of our staff as well. Again, reiterating the need for reliable routines and activities to help reduce the stress and build that sense of belonging. So these routines should ensure that explicit teaching of social and emotional skills at every grade level are embedded into the content of every classroom, even in the hallways and throughout the school building. And then regular check-ins with students, staff, and families, and that way it helps us better understand their needs in real time. Next slide. So the last two pieces that were referenced on the previous slide are really focusing on adult SEL and reimagining our family partnerships. So when we talk about adult SEL, we really need to understand and provide support for the adults in our district. Now more than ever, we have to commit to understanding and supporting everyone. Similarly, nurturing a work environment that staff feel supported, cared for, empowered, that's key to unlocking their ability to model SEL skills for our students. And when we're redesigning and strengthening family partnerships as a key element for SEL efforts, this requires school leaders and teachers to examine bias that exists in terms of how educators and staff think about families. Like what assumptions are we making with families as caregivers? And then are we viewing families through a deficit mindset or through an asset-based mindset? And so additionally, again, we just have to work collaboratively with families as they are the experts of their children by valuing their ideas, their feedback, and their strengths. Next slide. So in terms of district-wide SEL support, we are exploring options for SEL curriculum, particularly at the secondary level. And while we've adopted second step for K through 8, there's not consistency throughout the sites. High schools don't have anything, as I previously mentioned. And so I'm currently meeting with some vendors such as Nearpod, School Connect, Second Step Digital Options, just to give us more options. So regardless of where we're at, whether it's in person or through distance learning, we can provide SEL curriculum to our students, and also looking to find curriculums that incorporate parent involvement as well, because I heard from several of alternative ed schools as well as elementary sites that that piece is what's missing. They really want to partner with parents for parents to be able to, have material that they can have at home to support what's being taught in the classroom. I'm also looking at vendors such as Panorama Education to assist us with evaluating the efficacy of SEL curriculum. And then in terms of supporting for sites specifically, according to surveys administered to principals, SEL, the needs, they vary from site to site, but largely leaders reported the need to engage parents in this SEL implementation and also seeking guidance to support their staff. So again, referencing back to creating that safe work environment for our staff and really creating an opportunity for them to heal, and all that is through relationship building, encouraging our staff to practice self-care, eating right, which are elements of self-care, making sure they're sleeping. Like, if the adults aren't well, then the students can't be well. So we really have to prioritize adult SEL as we prepare to reopen. Next slide.
Thank you, Dr. Pease. And just so somewhat of a recap in terms of us moving forward for the summer programs. And thank you again to the principal team that blew up my phone to remind me that, yes, we did offer a summer boost program for elementary about 3 to 4 years ago. I'll blame it on aging brain cells on my part. So we are, again, looking at starting a summer program in our elementary school. And looking at perhaps starting this almost immediately at the end of the school year, just in terms of engaging kids again immediately, and hopefully not losing them to the summer break. Middle school and high school is again in person and virtual is what we'd like to be offering, not only for subject area and specific academic skill recovery, but also credit recovery for the different students, whether it's a middle school student or a high school student that needs to get credit recovery. The middle school also will be running the web programs, which is a program that helps connect the sixth graders as they're coming into the school to prepare for that transition to middle school. And the high schools also will be continuing with Link Crew, which is the same program basically for ninth graders who are transitioning into high school. Next slide, Kelly. And then next steps these are the steps that we're currently taking now. So right now we're working with identifying the students that need specific academic and social emotional assistance. That's ongoing. C&I department is still working with our PLC coaches, as Mr. Wilson mentioned earlier today. We actually had a coaches meeting earlier this afternoon, as well as school teams on assessments and interventions for the remainder of this school year. We're working on the creation of our summer programs. We're posting the positions, we're creating the courses, and we'll be hiring faculty and support staff as we move forward on that. And then obviously, as Dr. Pease just took us through, we'll be working on the assessments for 2021-22 school year as we identify ongoing academic and SEL needs in order to create interventions and safety nets to address those needs throughout the school year. We're hoping that the presentation really helped provide that we really are trying to do a whole child approach at all of our sites in terms of assessing what students' needs are and then reaching out to fill those needs. And just to leave you with the final thoughts. Next slide, Kelly. And we're open for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bring it back to board questions.
Yeah, Mr. President.
Mr. Reed.
Yeah, I have to just commend staff for this presentation. It really took a very holistic view to learning loss and how we're going to be trying to deal with that reality going forward. obviously this year as well as in the summer school and next year, and that presumably years coming forward as well. One of the questions that I have is tied into the teachers. First of all, was this presentation all developed entirely through executive staff, or did teachers have any input in the development of the overview that we're seeing here tonight?
It was both. So the presentation it actually began in both areas. We already had the schools working individually, and then the district office was trying to figure out how to present to the board kind of an overview, if you will, an umbrella to give you an idea, because there are a variety of things going on at school sites. And so the presentation was shared with principals. The principals then shared that out with their faculty and staff in various capacities. They provided feedback back to us, and we incorporated the feedback from all the principals that they provided to the C&I team into this presentation. So it was as collaborative as kind of could be in our current situation, and with everyone somewhat overloaded with the work of distance learning, et cetera.
So is it fair to say that there's general buy-in to the goals that we are setting forth for us among the teaching community?
Yeah, I would say so, especially because one of the things I definitely wanted to stress was this is work we've been working on for over 2 years now. I mean, this is the work that we've really invested in, and our teachers and our administrators and our support staff, have been collaborating around PLC and RTI work, which is the approach to intervening when students show that they're struggling with either academics or SEL. So everything presented tonight is very familiar to faculty and staff, because it is the work we've been doing for the past 3+ years. It was introduced, over 5 years ago, but we really dove in fully as a district about 3 years ago.
In the instance of enrichment that you had indicated for summer school, would that be the same thing as original credit, or is enrichment considered something different than original credit?
No, that would be original credit.
Okay. I guess this might be a question for the superintendent. Obviously, having a robust summer school program, which I'm completely in support of, I think this is needed, and I think this presentation identifies the need as well. It's not cheap. This is not a program that we normally would run in a typical year. Are we looking to pay for the additional costs through the federal stimulus dollars that we're looking to get?
Yes, yes. And we had earmarked some of the first round of funds that we got, and it's in our learning continuity plan that the board approved prior to us receiving that first go round of CARES funds, which is the first allotment of the federal stimulus. The second go around is really focused on what they call learning mitigation loss, and we're calling it learning recovery. And as you heard tonight, it's multifaceted. So yes, those dollars will be earmarked, and we could use it to support any of those tiers and ongoing. It's one-time money, so we have to keep that in mind too of how we expend them. Dollars.
So basically, we could have a robust summer school, but don't necessarily expect a robust summer school every single year going forward.
We'll evaluate that just as we've done every year. And yes, that it would be one time for this summer, and we'll see where it goes from there.
So far we have received approximately $11 million in federal stimulus funds, which were primarily used for reopening schools, the filters, the HVAC units, and I think we bought some Chromebooks and some other things with that, and we had to expend those dollars by December, I believe, was the requirement.
Initially, it was December, but they did give an extension on that timeline.
Okay.
Yeah, but we've expended that already.
And do we know how much additional funds we're going to be getting from the federal government that we have not received yet?
We're estimated to get another 10 million. There'll be a process that we'll have to follow, and Ms. Crawford and I are staying in close contact of will the requirement be similar to the learning continuity plan, or something like that, where we show what we're doing and how we're going to use those dollars before they actually distribute those dollars. So we anticipate it'll be a similar process, but we haven't received all the details. We should have them by the end of February as far as the details and the specifics of the amount.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I would just simply say that I'm fully supportive of what staff has put together here. I think it's important to remember that the teachers who we're going to have to rely on, especially for the summer school program, um, have undergone a great deal of stress this year. I would go so far as some of them feel burnt out. So having teacher buy-in to finish the school year and then potentially jump into a summer school program, a robust summer school program, it's important that we have the teachers buy-in, because we might create a very robust summer school program that teachers don't want to teach because they want to decompress after the school year. So obviously having teacher buy-in on this will be very important. As for the summer school, I think you're already going down this path, but as robust of a summer school program as we can possibly offer, it would be my desire, which includes not only recovery, but also original credit. I think we need to stimulate our youth's brains during the summer if they choose to take advantage of these programs. And ideally, I'm hoping that it will be, all or virtually all in-person instruction, because we will be in an environment that will allow for that. So I just, would encourage as robust of a summer school program as we can possibly afford. So that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Mr. Hu?
Yeah, I mean, I think you mentioned you've been started working on this a couple of years ago, and I think it's a wonderful plan. Certainly, like in a traditional school year, I guess one of my concerns is, I'm just curious your thoughts on this. That I mean, we've been in a year that's so profoundly impacted students. I'm concerned that if we put into place a learning loss plan that was designed for kind of a typical learning loss, it's still going to, I don't know how to put it, maybe not be bold enough. So maybe the question there is, do we think that this is sufficient for the profoundness of learning loss that students are experiencing right now?
Yeah, I think that, the beauty of the RTI model and the PLC model is that you have educational professionals that are looking at students individually and figuring out exactly what the need is. And whether there's a learning gap or a social emotional need, that's what's identified. And so that team then comes together to figure out exactly what the intervention needs to be. Prior to PLCs and RTI, there tended to be kind of an approach that looked at removing kids, if you will, or take Jimmy away and work on XYZ and then bring him back. And what we know also is that once you do that, you're also then taking them away from learning that's taking place in the classroom, right, in the now. So you're taking them away to try to fix something, and then compounding the problem because they're missing primary instruction. And so I think one of the reasons that this is very powerful, again, is we are taking a multi-tiered approach. It is the program that we've been working on consistently now for 2 years. A lot of our teachers have had, a lot of our schools have had whole teams go and sit as a team to go through this training together, which is hugely impactful. And so I also think, to your point, and the fact that this year has been so extraordinary, teachers have learned so many new things as well. That the learning curve for our teachers has been exponential. And so I think the best chance we have of really helping kids and mitigating any areas where there is struggles is using the processes and the procedures that teams of teachers at those schools have put together themselves. Again, they know their kids the best, and they know how to intervene and what the interventions need to be. And so I think that's one of the actual real strengths of the plan, is that it's not stuff that it's not, okay, now we got to go learn something brand new again, and we're going to start over again. Actually, we're going back to the work that we've been invested in for several years now.
And then I guess following up on that would be, you know, in a high school, let's say if it's 3 times the amount of students who have more than 2 Fs, do we have do the teachers have the bandwidth to be working with that many students?
Yeah, and there's a whole bunch of different approaches different schools are talking about taking. So it could be, I could have an F in your class, let's say, and is it because I'm just not engaging for whatever reason because of our current situation, or is it because I actually don't know the material? And so we're talking about things like having assessments to show that I do have proficiency in the subject area. And so if I take this assessment and I show my proficiency, well, then could that get me then at least to the C, if you will, in the classroom? Because I can show that I can do the work. And it was the situation we're in as to why I'm not participating or turning things in, not my lack of understanding or that I was following, et cetera. So there is a whole bunch of different approaches that the schools are taking, individual teachers are taking in terms of figuring out how to bridge those pieces. And then if I take that assessment and I show I don't know the material, then now we've got to step in to figure out, okay, what are we going to provide to help me catch up in those areas? So
is it called Apex or something like that? What's the name of or there's several different
for the online, yeah, it's Apex, but there's a variety of different tools that teachers have to help assess students on their standards mastery.
Okay, yeah, and those would be helpful to see as well. Especially if there are things like that happening, which I think there are currently, right? I mean,
absolutely.
Teachers are working on those things today, I'm sure, with students to help them get caught up. My understanding is to help them even get caught up on grades maybe that were Ds or Fs last semester. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
If we go to page 12, there's some discussion here about the at-risk students. If I have my pages right, I guess I'm curious, like today, or this week, let's say, what's being done to invite those students back onto campus? What does that practically look like?
In terms of bringing kids physically onto campus?
Correct.
So right now we are still at the point of that side letter being agreed to, but it sounds like we do have contract language that would allow teachers to bring students on if they chose to as in a voluntary capacity. So I think that's something Mr. Ogden would have to explain a little further.
If teachers want to host students after school and do tutoring programs, we have current language that allows that to happen. We also have language for Saturday school. So if schools start developing those programs, we have the ability to do that at this time.
Okay.
And we have been talking to the bargaining unit about creating MOU specific to the pandemic and supporting also perhaps during the school day when there's a time that a teacher could also serve kids.
Okay, but as it stands right now, that during the school day, that's not able to happen with a student that's at risk or has maybe received a
not at this time.
Okay.
There are teachers that are reaching out, but it's not on the ground in terms of
they're not able
for
to
interventions. Yeah, exactly.
They don't have it within their power to even invite the kids back onto campus.
Right.
Okay. And I get concerned with if the after school or Saturdays just, I know what I was like in high school. I mean, that would be a tough sell, but I know teachers are really willing to go whatever distance they need to. Sorry, if we go to page 8, the slide, it says, looking at student data from 2020, 2021, what data are we looking at there? Is there more specifics around what we're actually looking at?
All of it. Depending on the school that we're talking about and the students and the grade levels, we have data at our fingertips. And of course, we're looking at the data in terms of what it actually is. So an example would be this, and I'll use an elementary example right now. If I'm looking at iReady data, the iReady data is possibly, the validity of that might be a little different if I know the assessment was taken in front of me as a teacher versus the assessment being taken at home with possibly an older brother taking it. So we have other methods to do that as well. So as we're instructing during the day and a student is online and we are reading and interacting with that child and doing the one-on-ones with that child, those are the data points that our teachers are very well versed at, and they can pick out and compare that to the data that was taken from a DL student online and say, okay, these things don't match. So we have data that is daily from our lessons. We have the homework that's being turned in, and we have our assessments, whether that's in person or virtually, and that goes for every level across our district right now, whether that's the homework that's being turned in daily, the assessments that are being taken by students, and the exit tickets and the feedback given by the students.
Okay. Yeah, and that'd be really helpful to see, I guess just maybe like what's the core data we should be looking at or measuring this with. At least helpful for me, because I don't necessarily know what each of those measures would be. So I don't know if that's like a, top 5 or 10 pieces of information we'd be looking for.
I guess I'd want to expand a little bit more on what you would be wanting to see from a teacher's grade book in terms of what type of.
I guess that's frankly, I guess part of what I was hoping to see in here, because if we're talking about learning loss, I guess I'm still trying to understand how to even define learning loss. What is it that we're actually looking to make up? If it's credit recovery through Apex, great, that's good. Social, emotional, how are we determining those things? So yeah, I I guess the answer is I don't know what it is that I'm looking for, but that's part of what I'm hoping to see when we're ultimately when we're measuring how successful we are. Is it
I think
iReady
I
testing?
could probably springboard on what Mr. Wilson is saying with the iReady. Each of our elementary principals and our teachers end up with data that plots the percentage of students that are in the green tier, the yellow tier, and the red tier, and where they are every time they're taking that assessment. And our goal, in the iReady is to see the growth of students that are, improving their scores. And like those are some of the metrics I think they currently have for English language arts and math.
Yeah.
I think another critical data point that we have is attendance data and engagement. That attendance and engagement kind of go hand in hand, and that's a big piece of, this plan to really, what are we trying to mitigate? Is it their ability that
right.
They didn't engage, as we heard earlier, or was it really an academic deficiency or the social emotional well-being of the child? So I think we have to identify what's the cause, what's the root cause, and how we'll, and depending on that, we'll determine the plan of action.
Yeah. So those, at least for me, those things would be helpful to see, because I don't have a great grasp on what we should be looking for. Like attendance, like the iReady scores. And again, all that really just points to, I want to make sure that what we're doing is working. We don't know if it's working if I don't know if it's working if I don't know what to read. I know you do. I know you do, but I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
If this it could be helpful in terms of, that's one of the reasons that we kind of moved to the PLC model and the RTI model, right? Because one of the questions is, are students getting the standards that are necessary for them to be successful as they matriculate grade level to grade level, and then as they actually leave our system, right, graduate high school and move on. And so that's actually one of the areas that we're really working on too. We're not there yet, but we're working on a standards-based grading system, because what you're speaking to then is, here are the specific standards and skills kids should be able to do, let's say for second grade. So we could then look at a parent and say, we're guaranteeing that your student will be able to do these things at the minimum at the end of second grade in order to be ready for third grade, and so on. And so that's really what we're getting after in terms of, we have a group of teachers working very hard in terms of a grading protocols as we try to move our district down to a point of grading on mastery of standards. A lot of times grades are subjective, right? When I was in school, I can tell you I was horrible at mathematics. So I did everything I could to butter up my math teacher to make sure I got a passing grade. And I got a passing grade mostly because of extra credit. It really is true. And that was wonderful for me at the time, but at the same time, it wasn't measuring what I could do or what I knew in terms of mathematics. And that's what we're trying to get away from, is we're trying to get towards a grading system that really tells us, have students mastered what they need to know to be successful at the next level, whatever that is.
Yeah. So, and that's great. Those are some of the things I would like to see is, what
Sure.
what are we looking at in terms of those numbers? On page 10, but I guess just in terms of summer school with elementary and with high school, it's kind of funny. I was meeting with a student today in my own work, and he had just come out of some iReady testing and was lamenting that he had to do it. I've heard this from other students. I know we're not going to find everything that every student likes. I do get, I guess, maybe wanting to understand the balance of how much in-person versus computer type work we're hoping we can offer in the summer. Do we have any sense of what that balance will look like?
I don't know if anyone else, it kind of feels like a little bit of a magic 8-ball question.
Fair
But
enough.
but at the same, I can tell you that the hope is that, again, we offer robust offerings in both, because we do have a lot of students have expressed, I'd really like to continue to do some of the work online. Distance learning is working for me. But for a lot of our students, and especially the ones that are struggling, we really want to offer that in-person approach for summer program, and especially in terms of grade recovery and credit recovery.
Okay, good. If we go to page 11, we're talking about, let's see if I can find it, extra measures. I guess I'm not seeing it on the page right now, but I wrote it down earlier. Well, we can skip that if I'm not able to find it. Never mind that one. Let's see. So on page 25, and this is in the social emotional learning section, there is some language about trying to connect. And I guess I was just hoping for a little more definition around what that might actually look like. And get that first bullet point, engagement teams trying to connect with kids where connecting and participating is the issue. Can you maybe just provide a little example of what that could look like? Or is it, go ahead.
Well, I can speak to this slide, and I don't know if Dr. Pease wants to also connect afterwards or expand on that. But this was at the right now, right? In terms of the kids that are struggling with the distance learning. And so it was the different things that schools were doing, everything from, a teacher calling home directly to talk to the student or the parent, or the student being invited to, I am going to during asynchronous time on Monday and Wednesday, I'm going to cover X, Y, Z. So, Johnny and Susie, I'm inviting you to come at those times to work with me in class in a small group setting, if you will. And then again, reaching out to the parent if Johnny and Susie didn't, come to that opportunity. And then it transitioning to the administrative team, the counseling team, the marriage and family therapists, in terms of actually going out to the homes and doing a knock and talk, if you will, or trying to connect, because we're still not being able to engage the kids. So most of that was that bullet right there was referring to what we're doing in the here and now for the kids that just are not connecting with this through distance learning.
Okay. And I guess those things are terrific. And honestly, the answer is we don't really know what else there is to do, right? We can only do so much.
We're definitely racking our brains and always looking for more options.
Yeah. So maybe. Well, I don't know what more there is to do to try to connect. I think you guys are doing a great job with that. I think ultimately we're not seeing success because we're in a bad situation. But let's continue to rack our brains, I suppose. And I'm sorry, that was maybe not the SEL one, but the part of the SEL plan, a lot of it calls for embedding SEL and cultural responsible instructional strategies. When we're talking about embedding SEL, we're talking about SEL happening in the classroom, during the classroom. I think maybe you had mentioned this before. We're not talking about pulling students out for that during core classes, correct?
Correct. So we're talking about embedding SEL into core content.
Okay.
So incorporating it in writing, in history, in mathematics. So not pulling out, but rather it being part of an everyday process in every classroom.
And that's part of, in the last 2 years, I imagine, part of the training we've been offering, and I would assume more training that we would be offering staff to kind of equip them in order for them to be teaching that material, or is that outside MFT or something like that coming into a classroom and teaching.
No, that is the teacher. So K through 8, they have SEL curriculum already, but
Okay,
you don't necessarily need a curriculum to embed SEL strategies into day-to-day activity into the classroom.
great. Um, and again, I think it's a wonderful thing. I do get concerned with our staff that they have so much going on that the extra trainings, yeah, I guess I'm concerned with how do we continue to provide that without overloading them. And I think it's what you spoke about too, that our parents and our staff also need this this work
Right.
themselves. But definitely a concern of mine.
If
Do
I could
you-
just add, this is something that many teachers are already doing. So this isn't to add something else to the plate. As Dr. Huber shared, this work has been going on for years
Okay,
already.
thank you for, yeah, that's really helpful to know that it's not going to be 2 extra days of training or anything like that, but they're actually doing this right now. So within all of this, particularly within the social emotional part of it, I'm just wondering for learning loss mitigation, as we include SEL into that, and I appreciate that perspective. Do we have a plan to hire more mental health specialists or MFTs or associates, trainees, or do we have the staff, enough staff right now to kind of meet the needs of the students where they are?
Well, part of my assessment with principals was to gauge what the needs are. And again, principals shared largely that the need was to support staff and then also to find ways to incorporate, the parent involvement piece. Um, but if I could just add one comment when we keep referencing learning loss, it implies that learning is not taking place in the classroom. And I would argue that learning is taking place. Specifically, skills such as technology has increased. Some students have learned amazing coping strategies. So there's learning that is taking place. It may not be the core content areas, right, that we would like to see on a report card, but there is learning taking place. So even us as individuals of the board or cabinet, it's important that we use our language as asset based rather than deficit based, right? Because students will come in with that mindset that they're already at a loss if we keep referencing learning loss, and it diminishes the work that our teachers are doing in the classroom right now. They're working really hard to create engaging, interactive lessons and content for our students, and I really would like to honor their work and over the last year that they've been putting into their classroom. So
Right. Yeah.
those are SEL mindsets that we as adults we have control over before our students even enter the classroom.
Yeah, and thank you for pointing that out. I am curious, is there a phrase or something we might call what we're discussing that does make more sense? Do you have any recommendations?
One phrase that was referenced was learning recovery. I've heard different things in different districts, so I don't necessarily have the answer. But I want us to be mindful of just some of the phrases that we use, and that again, it kind of sets that deficit mindset when we're preparing to enter in the classroom, right? So students may already have enough anxiety about returning to the classroom, and then it's like, oh shoot, now I have to worry about I'm behind, because at this point in the school year and in a normal school year we would be doing X, Y, and Z. So giving that grace to students and to teachers, and we know that this is a difficult time, and this is really an opportunity for everybody, students and staff, community, to really work on that healing piece. There's a saying, heal the heart, feel the mind. So if we don't address the SEL needs of everybody in our community, learning will not take place when we do return to the classroom.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. And that is part of, I mean, I think that's part of the question I started with there, which is like, do we need more people? Do we need more mental health related people to be around and to help our students, our staff?
And quite honestly, I don't have a clear answer on that just yet, because I'm still doing some needs assessment and figuring out in terms of equitable outcomes, how folks are distributed across campuses and things along those lines. So I don't honestly, I don't have an answer for you on that right now, but it is
if
something for us to explore.
absolutely, yeah, as you are discovering that, would love that information coming back to us. Because I think that's maybe part of the reality is if that is a need, how do we budget that? How do we figure that out? It seems to me like it's an important enough issue that we do need to figure it out. So would love all that information as it comes to you. I'll just have a couple more things, then I'll be done. But I guess one of the big things for me really is what metrics are we measuring this all with? I know we've mentioned that before. Um, what's the baseline? What happened this year? What are we looking for next year? And so I guess the question in that is when would be a reasonable time for us to kind of see those metrics that we should be looking at? Is there a reasonable time for that?
Well, in terms of the SEL would be, we have the metrics like the California Healthy Kids Survey that our schools engage in, that gives us that data. Also, you basically would be looking for it in terms of student attendance, in terms of how kids are doing in class, incidents between kids on campus. All those things would give us metrics that we're moving in the right direction. So those are all the things we'd be looking for, as well as the measurement on standards-based issues academically. So I would think that would be our metrics.
Okay. Is that something maybe at least for my own sake that you could, that could be brought to the board at our next meeting? Maybe just a rough version of here's all of the things that we're looking at, or the top things that we're looking at. Here's the baseline. Here's what we've seen this year. Here's where we want to get in the future.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, in the past, we have brought forward rough, of course, we're not going to bring forward student grades. We're going to bring forward how schools are doing in general through the grade levels and through the subject matters. From an elementary perspective, we absolutely can bring in comparisons of iReady scores throughout the trimesters. We could bring in measurements in terms of end of course assessments in upper grades and general trends that we're seeing. It's things that we look at, it's things that teachers look at. And so we're looking from a 30,000-foot view, we can bring in those items.
Yeah, that would be helpful for me, that large view. It doesn't need to be real granular, but just some way for us as a board to know where we are currently, where we're headed. Last question. I mean, is there a budget for this plan, or does there need to be? I know it's already been implemented to some degree. So is there anything that needs to happen in terms of a budget?
And I think there are multiple funding sources to support our at-risk students, whether it's their social emotional well-being or academics or engagement. We talked about the one-time dollars that are coming, through CARES 2 funding that we're receiving, but we also have the funding set aside for through our LCFF, the English Learner Low Income dollars that are allocated to those students that are most at risk. We have Title I federal dollars to help support our students. So I would say it's multiple funding streams that we have to do that.
Yeah, that would be a helpful thing to see, I think, just to help give us that framework, that 30,000-foot view. What are we actually looking at when we're talking about what we need to implement? So I've taken up more than enough time, so I'll stop now. Thank you.
Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to keep it really, really short. First of all, Dr. Peace, and the rest of the cabinet, I thank you guys for working on this plan. I mean, you guys just laid everything out there. So I'm excited to see it come into fruition coming up now in summer and into next year. Mr. President, I think you and I were at a district delegate assembly meeting, and I think the correct term was learning disruption instead of learning loss. So I'll take that.
I like that one.
Yeah.
We had like 5 others.
Yeah. A few questions, especially concerning community outreach. What are we doing, or what are our plans to really get that information out to the community about what we're doing and the plans that we have. I mean, how do we take what was presented to us, because we know that there's, parents that seeing this, what are we doing to disseminate that information out to other parents, other families that may not know about this, may not know that it exists, that doesn't look at our website? How do we get that information out to them?
Are you referencing SEL
Yeah,
specifically?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, just the overall plans that we have for this loss mitigation thing.
Sure. So I believe that site leaders are doing a lot of the work already and making those connections with families. So if we're adding the curriculum piece that gives us options to connect with families, I plan to work with sites directly into identifying best practices to roll out that information. So that could be hosting virtual parent nights, reviewing the curriculum, showing them how to access the curriculum and strategies in working with their children. But it just really depends on which platform we select. So I've had a couple of meetings with vendors thus far, and there's some interesting content that's available. So I'll be working with site leaders directly and their leadership teams to figure out the best way that fits their individual needs. Because again, as we're talking about equitable outcomes, one particular method may not work for another school.
Sure.
So allowing sites the autonomy to figure out what works best for them.
Yeah, love the idea of the parent night. So like to see how you put that together, if it's going to be a group of schools together, or is it going to be individual schools, or how that's going to look. So I'm glad that you.
Thinking more individually based, just because each site and each community might have different needs, right?
Sure.
So tailoring it to the parent group would be
Right.
important.
And I wanted to touch base on the food distribution. I'm assuming that we're still going to do the summer food program, the breakfast and lunch scenario. Are we reaching out to, and I'm actually going to give them a little plug because they've done so much in the community already, but have we reached out to get like Blessings in a Backpack? I don't know if you're familiar with them, to get them involved in providing additional food, especially during this crazy time of a pandemic where, families are normally going to food lockers and, getting additional food. Have we thought about reaching out to those other organizations to kind of partner with them?
Yeah, I can address that. We will have the summer feeding program as we did last year at all of our schools in Rancho and hopefully one or two schools in Folsom. We are still working with JD from Blessings in a Backpack. Matter of fact, I was on campus at White Rock a couple weeks ago, and all the bags were being delivered, the additional meals that they have so graciously put together. So we'll continue that. And I know that's not the only school that they're helping support and assist
Right.
students, but that they're engaged in that right now. And as long as they're a willing partner and able to do that, we will continue to distribute.
Okay. And I appreciate the fact that we're working with the lower income families. Um, are we planning on doing anything with our district English learners at all? Because I didn't hear them in.
Yeah, I think Ms. Cabrera was giving an update on the DLAC committee today, and that was one of the topics.
Was it?
Yeah, Ms. Cabrera, I know you said you were hearing from parents today and a couple of the agenda topics about some of the student needs. So maybe just remind us what some of the feedback was.
There was quite a bit, as I mentioned. So I'm going to just look at my screen if you don't, me looking off to the side. There definitely the feedback is there's urgent and anxious interest in waiting on what we're going to put together for summer school. And I know there's a lot of effort, and certainly what Mr. Wilson and Mr. Huber and Ms. Peace presented today is inclusive of English learners and all learners who need that support and that extended learning. But the parents were really focusing some conversation around continuous feedback or more frequent feedback on how their students are doing. now that they have, in many cases, more time to see their child at home and learning, they wanted to get that feedback from teachers. I know that we have parent-teacher conferences in elementary school in that first trimester, and many of the sites also offer the second parent-teacher conference for follow-up, which is happening during this time in February. And parents really appreciate that feedback now that they're seeing the work, in front of them. And as one parent, as I mentioned earlier, said, I could see how my child is doing, but it isn't until the teacher tells me where they need to be and where my child is that I have a better understanding of what we need to do together. And he said in this case that he now understands how to support their child better because of that feedback, and is really hoping to get more. So in that, whether it's right now or summer school or ongoing, they want to have updates on the progress their students are making. They're looking at, they really had discussion about continuous support, not only with the teachers providing, and they even mentioned something like home tutoring or some kind of tutoring that happens once a week where there can be a drop-in support. And so I saw something that I thought might have even represented that in the presentation from Mr. Wilson, Mr. Huber, and Ms. Peace. They spoke about just looking forward to the supports, and if there is an extended learning program in the summer, whether it's to recover credits or to bolster skill sets in mathematics and language arts or whatnot. They also wanted to have support for language development, as we know that English learners are needing that ELD, that English language development, and that support. So there's just other things, but I like I said, I'll be happy to share.
Great, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. Actually, that was all I had. I look forward to, like I said, seeing this roll out, and I think the board is in support of this. And if there's anything that, well, speaking on my behalf, that I can do to support this even more, please let me know.
Okay, Mr. Hoover.
Thank you, sir. Just a couple questions here. I think Mr. Reed kind of hit on this point, but who would be eligible to attend the summer school programs at this point in time under this plan?
So we'll be using a variety of methods. And of course, we're going to look to the teachers to develop the list of students that they're recommending for summer school. Again, that's been the same process we have used each year on who we invite to summer school. And of course, for secondary, it's going to be a lot of credit recovery. We'll take the precedent on who is invited. From an elementary standpoint, we're going to be looking on who's missed those standards and what gaps there are that we can assess. And again, same process we use every year. We know that this year it's going to be a little bit, a few more students invited.
And at secondary, we don't turn people away for students away that want to come to summer school.
Okay.
And so yeah,
that's great. I know today it seems like the state's in the works. Something is in the works for another $4 billion maybe in funding for learning loss specifically. So if if we're able to get funding, additional funding, are we able, or do we have a plan, or maybe can we hear about a plan in the future to expand some of these offerings to include, as Mr. Reed suggested, credit, original credit, or I just curious if that's something we're considering as more funding comes in.
Yes, and I think that will be tied to the receiving of the funds is what is our plan? And I think this is a great foundation because we can just, springboard off of this plan and put it into that, I'm calling it a learning continuity plan because we think it's going to be very similar in nature. Which students are we identifying? And what kind of supports are we looking at? What measures are we looking to show that they've made the growth?
Mm-hmm.
It's similar to an LCAP, and we have the LCAP too, which
Right.
is also stakeholder feedback. I wanted to mention that earlier. So that would be how the plan would be coming forward to the board as it did in the fall.
Okay.
That really is very specific to those points.
Okay, that's great. And then Mr. Hui took one of my questions, thankfully, about measuring academic progress and just the metrics we're using. So I would just want to echo that I would love to see what we're going to be using. And from in the future. And for the things that were mentioned, I think a lot of those statistics are good. The Healthy Kids Survey, student attendance, incidence testing, obviously. But just to put an emphasis on it, what are we doing to really measure progress from where a student was to where they ended up at the end of the summer, or where they were, after the disruptions that they experienced, to where are they going into the fall, things like that. So just would love anything on that, because I think, especially as a board, we want to know if these programs are working. We're obviously spending a lot of money on these programs, and we should be. But having those metrics will help us identify maybe where things are working, where things aren't working. So just want to reemphasize that. But thank you for all the work on this, and I look forward to continuing this conversation. Thanks.
Okay, my turn. I want to thank the board for all the good questions. This is a discussion item, and I have the similar issues with a metric. So I think I've been talking about that for several times, but I really appreciate the multifaceted approach. There's a lot of elements to this. I'm really excited to see the SEL. I mean, it's a phenomenal approach. We're getting a lot of progress on that. So I think this is very exciting to see. I see a lot of elements that really hit a home run for addressing what we call learning loss, or disengagement, or what did Mr. Clark call it? Disruption and continuity, whatever we want to call it. But as one area of the metrics I was asking is what I saw earlier in there was, the home, part of the home and community. That's just one part of the onion. And during these special times, like Mr. Hui is saying, this is unique. And what is causing this? And I think that's what we reassess and redefine the problem. And I think that is in the matrix here, that we need to go find out the root cause of what's causing this. But that's data, that's metrics. So once we have that, like for instance, we talked about truancy, but we refer that to police officers. That doesn't think you're going to do a knock and door on truancy. But from an SEL approach, you want to partner with the parents. How do you do that when you're, maybe some kids are not logging on, or they're disengaging? There's a whole many reasons. This is a nonlinear analysis, but it seems like that once we figure out what it is, then we figure out the bandwidth and figure out everything. I think that would be great to see some type of basic high level metrics that would help us get a kind of handle of how we're progressing on this. And so as we ask what learning has really never happened, if you have a student that due to the pandemic is logging on, we know a lot of these kids are just getting worse and worse because they're just disengaging at home. They're just not logging on, or they're just not getting the work done. So you probably say it's not loss of learning, it's lack of learning in that scenario. So what is lack of learning? Is it almost always leads back to the family and home situations. That gets back to the SEL. It could be due to lack of resources at the home, lack of opportunity, lack of stability, usually at the home level, especially in some of the areas that we see in our challenged communities, like divorce, economic, migration. We have all kinds of reasons why the kids might be disengaging. And plus the pandemic, we have families that are essential workers, and the kids are not there, they're not supervised. There's not as much family engagement there. So I'm really excited to see the program that would work with the family and see what we can do to that. But that would be just one metric that we would want to work on. I mean, there's so much to this. It's so exciting. So I just to keep it short, I think if we can bring that high level element to the board, give us some baseline to work with, that would be great. And so I kind of agreeing with everybody here on what we need to do. So that said, this is only a discussion item. Do we want to bring it to public comment?
Board member.
What's it?
Board member, Ally.
Ally. Oh, so Ally, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. All my questions are actually already asked, so I don't have any comments.
Yeah. Okay.
That was a lot of questions.
A lot of questions. That was good. It's good discussion. So, okay, let's go take it to the public. Do we have any hands raised?
Yes, we have a few, Mr. Short.
We got a few. Okay, we'll make it 2 minutes and no longer say 20 minutes on this case.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. We will start with Jen.
Jen, you there?
Hi, yeah. So this is Jen Tarbox. So thank you again for giving us the time to talk. I just want to say that this was a great jumping off point. There's always room to grow, but I think what a lot of us just saw was really amazing. In regards to Dr. Pease had mentioned the comment on anxiety for returning, and there's a piece that I just feel is kind of missing. And even though it's not the majority, you still have many high school students who got thrown into this pandemic, pulled out of their classrooms, say their freshman or sophomore year. The consideration for students, not necessarily that have the learning disruption for D's and F's, there are a number of students who have scholarship opportunity loss and college opportunity loss due to a C even. And there needs to be some consideration for opening up for conversations with their counselors, how they can recover from those grades, whether it's an intense kind of program, where students whose whole goal and only opportunity for college would have been a scholarship, or that B or A, which dropped to a C due to the stress and everything else of the pandemic and the home learning. I love my children's high school counselor. I know they're working very hard, but there has to be some opening to students who want to. They have to have the will to want to push ahead and correct those grades that say were a C that lost them scholarship opportunities while they have the opportunity. I know that a lot of it comes into funds and what's available, and definitely recovering the D's and F's so kids can move forward is a priority. But for some of these students, that loss of scholarship and college opportunity was the world to them and their possible only chance at college. And a lot of children are going to give up their junior and senior year without these opportunities. So I know it's a much larger topic and for consideration, but please keep that in the top of your heads right now, that we're not just talking about children who have D's and F's. People lost out on a lot of opportunities. And these children are going to be jumping into their junior year with only 6 months originally on campus as freshmen, and their dreams were completely shot down because of a C or a D.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next, we have Chris.
Hi, good evening. I want to echo the board members who spoke about the need to make sure that we have something that we're measuring here. The need for data and understanding the magnitude of the issues, what the issues are, and the populations that are being most affected by this drastic change in the way education is being delivered over the last year. We've had secondary students who have not been on campus for nearly a year. We have elementary students who have been in a hybrid situation for a few months now. And we have, for a couple of reasons, one, because of the canceling of state testing last year. And I think it's still an open question whether we'll get it this year. We have the public and the parents really have no access to data as to the performance of our district during this really, really difficult time. We would like to know what's working. We would like to know what's not working. We would like to know where the biggest problem areas are. We saw a 33-page plan tonight with not one single page that talked about the magnitude of the problem. And I think it needs to be much closer than 30,000 feet. This data needs to be disaggregated. It needs to tell us which populations are suffering the worst. District was already had issues delivering a high quality education to all of our students, especially students of color and students who came from low income families. My guess is, based on data elsewhere in the state and elsewhere in the nation, that's going to be exacerbated. We need to know that. We need to understand that, because we need to be able to say what we're doing to actually address those issues is working, or it's not working. We need to do something else. So the more data, the better. I think it's something that we as parents and you as board members deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next, we have Jen.
Good evening. I just had a clarifying question. From all the information presented, I thought I heard that summer school is not just going to be offered for those students that need to try to recover educational loss, but also for students that are going for the AP honors type programs to kind of help mitigate some of that. And if that's true, because I have a 9th grader who, we were told next year mandatorily has to take PE because of the fitness gram that was not given this year, but yet I'm hearing from some families at other high schools that PE will be offered in the summer. However, when we were doing their schedules, there was nowhere that I saw that, or a way that we could opt to schedule that. So in putting in his plan for course scheduling for next year, we had to put that PE into his class. And I'm just wondering if these summer classes are going to be offered to all students such as that, when are we going to get that opportunity to make those selections? Because then that will also affect courses that they will be taking next year. But I believe it's next week that we have is when our schedules are due. So I see a lot of kind of problems for counselors if we've turned in selections and then these summer classes come up with these opportunities, and now we're basically going to have to redo their schedules. So if there could be some clarification and have that kind of filter down through the counseling programs at the high schools, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much for everything you guys are doing.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next, we have Principal Hayden.
Thank you, Martha. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you sound great.
Thank you. And President Shore, Dr. Klegian, I really wanted to just give 2 commendations this evening regarding SEL supports. I think it's linked to this, but a shout out to Dr. Peace for jumping right in with our district. As she stated, she met with the principals, myself included, and she really spent the time to look over our SEL supports, what our plans were, what our intentions were to support students coming back to campus. And that was huge. And her expertise, is really honestly appreciated in this time of need. And so I wanted to make sure that the board knew of that work. Secondly, I wanted to give another huge shout out to Matt Washburn and his team. Our student union at Cordova High School is our SEL hub, and it's the place that students know to go to, and it's the place that we're really working around all of our supports. A lot of focus, rightfully so, is on the academic needs of students at this time. But the SEL supports is something that our team is working and looking at very closely. And if it wasn't for Matt Washburn and his team, Jim Vonovich, they came to Cordova when we had a need. They walked the site with us. They looked at our SEL student union, as outdated as it is, and they are working to build in new offices for our mental health clinicians, our new SCOE clinician, our school psychologists, and they're going to redesign the whole seating area. So when students come back to campus, we'll really be able to serve them and what we can only imagine are some pretty intensive needs. And so again, I just wanted to make sure I share that. We're so grateful at Cordova High School for all the support that we get from the district, and I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next, we have Laurette.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this late time. I just wanted to say hi to everyone and assure everybody that SEL is not new to us. It's not new to any of us teachers, and I am so thrilled to hear it being talked about at a board meeting. I feel like I could be jumping out of my chair. But remember, this is our 4th program we're on, so our teachers are well equipped, and I want to really assure parents who are thinking this is something new that this is not something new. In my 24 years here, we've gone through caring school communities, best practices, step to respect, and second step. Our district has always been very involved with SEL, and I'm just excited to hear us talk about it. Our teachers are also very well versed. We've been using it daily in our classrooms for as long as I know and can remember. And even I, still to this day, over my computer, sing my morning song and afternoon song with my kids, go through an SEL lesson, and then get started with our day. This is something we do, and I'm going to be so proud to hear what you guys think of it who haven't experienced it yet. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
There's no more hands, Mr. Short.
All right, thank you. This is just basically any final board comments, or keep it succinct because we're running try to keep this limited. Any other last board comments? Okay, we'll move on to our next item, number 11B, high school athletics update. Superintendent.
This was another request from the board to update us on the latest information that we have from CIF. So I know Dr. Huber and our athletic director, Peter Maroon, will have some updates on that front and how we're responding with getting our athletics up and going slowly and safely, and also in a phased-in approach.
Give us some good news.
Yeah, so I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Maroon here in just a second, but athletics have begun. So we have had already some meets in terms of our cross-country teams, and we are ramping up for other sports such as swimming and tennis, et cetera, that are coming online currently. We just had an update to the sports schedule since our 3 high schools are in 3 different leagues. And that's one of the big components to remember, is that throughout this process, there's going to be lots of changes probably to schedules where games are being hosted, et cetera, as we progress down this pathway while we're still dealing with the pandemic. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Maroon to share our update.
Thank you, President Short, Dr. Collegian, and members of the board. Looking at where we are currently, the CIF and the state has allowed our purple tier sports to participate. So currently we have cross country, boys and girls golf, swimming that'll be starting up soon, tennis, and then track and field coming online later on in March. Those are the ones that are currently in play based on the tiered system. As you may know, Sacramento County has some of the strictest rules within our section. Our section is encompassed all the way from the top of the Fresno area to all the way up to almost Colfax and Quincy area. So it's a large section. It's the second largest in the state of California, with encompassing some 200 high schools. And with that, Sacramento County, having 13 different districts, has the toughest regulations. So I will say that Dr. Kazarian and her group have been very supportive and understanding. We met with them yesterday again, and they are loosening up some of those guidelines to be in line with the state California Department of Public Health. And so that's great news for us, because it takes away one of the layers or the tiers that the challenges that we have to overcome. With that, the CIF has put forward their schedule, and we were told last week that we were going to expect an announcement from the governor. Now, social media is reporting that he is going to be making an announcement tomorrow. So we're all on pins and needles waiting. But regardless of that, when we do move into the red tier, we will be adding on baseball and softball for our 2 high schools, Folsom and Cordova. Vista will be adding on girls lacrosse as well to those other sports. So with that, some of the challenges that we're working through and making sure that we're ready to go, but we also need our parents to understand that the expectations, we want to be up and going as soon as possible, but there is a slower process that takes place, unfortunately, with our surrounding counties and our surrounding school districts and leagues. So Folsom, as you may know, participates in the Sierra Foothill League, which is primarily made up of schools from the Placer County as well as El Dorado County. Cordova and Vista are both made up of leagues that are within Sacramento County. So their process is a little bit slower. Folsom High School's process is a little bit faster because the other schools in that league are moving faster than our county is. So with that in mind, when we have all these sports come online, the scary part of it is we need to be ready to have facilities, transportation, and applications to county for facility use and so forth available. So we've done everything we can to get ourselves ready, but we also need our parents to understand that sometimes the schedule continues to change based on what counties are able to do what events, and that mitigates some of the direction that we take. With that, I don't know what else I can share with you right now, other than we're all on pins and needles waiting to see what the governor, if anything, comes out tomorrow. And what we're hearing is that he possibly will allow outdoor sports to be in the red. So once we move into the red, outdoor sports, that would include football, that would include soccer, and that would be adding on additional athletics. And please understand, when you're crunching down 10 months into 4 months, and you have all these multiple athletes, multiple programs, transportation, events taking place, that's a lot of additional challenges on each of the sites. And I want to give kudos to our athletic directors, to our administrators at those school sites, but especially to our coaches, some of whom have been conditioning for 10 months, waiting for the system to change to allow them to participate. But mostly our kids who have been resilient. I shared with Dr. Koligian and the cabinet a couple of weeks ago the data that we gathered, and our focus obviously is safety for our kids. That was number one. And then number two was that SEL, that connectivity, and that physical activity, and what it means to their individual as a whole, for them to participate in what's happening in their community and what's happening in this pandemic. Our coaches have been awesome. We've been providing our kids with connectiveness, whether it's virtual or in person, throughout this. And I can't tell you how grateful I am for the coaching staff that we have. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them for you. I know Mr. Clark might have one or two.
Well, let's start with Mr. Clark.
Yeah, well, I'm on pins and needles with you tomorrow. Mr. Maroon, you have my number. Give me a call as soon as you hear something. As far as football and the outside sports, I look at it this way. If college can pull it off, if the NFL can pull it off, I know that we can pull it off. And I know that we are dealing with different leagues here, but I think it can happen. I mean, I'd love to see football and baseball and basketball come back. Even with basketball, it might be a little more challenging. It might be a bubble situation, but I think it can happen. So this is exciting news. Being a sports guy and my love for high school sports, I just look forward to this happening. I made the comment, hashtag let them play. I mean it, let them play. Let's get this going. I think it'll be good for our students' morale, and this is something that they've worked hard for. I know that there was a parent that made the comment about scholarships. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things that they rely on. So hopefully the governor will give us good news. But like I've said, I'll be on pins and needles waiting for this to happen. So great job. Thank you.
To your point, Mr. Clark, 42 states are currently participating in basketball. 32 states are doing wrestling. And these are East Coast, West Coast, Midwest states that are currently in freezing situations. So most of these activities are taking place indoors.
Right.
And the fact that California can't figure out how to get outdoor sports going other than some of the limited stuff we have is really a challenge. But, our kids, not just in athletics, by the way, also in extracurricular activities, whether it's, band, performing arts, whatever it may be, we need to get those activities up and going so our kids can participate once again. To Allie's point, a few board meetings ago, we started volleyball, and then we were told, wait, it's an indoor sport, may not happen until we get to the orange. And so let's pull back. And we've tried to do some things to get outdoor courts available to our kids so they can participate. But it's really tough when you practice and all you do is practice, and we got to have something these kids look forward to. So I'm excited to hopefully get some good news tomorrow.
Okay. Any other board questions? Allie?
Nothing much. Just thank you for the updates. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that eventually we'll be able to play soon. But thank you.
Okay. Peter, I got one question. How are you going to handle? Is it going to allow assemblies of parents out there during the events, or are you going to have a bunch of cardboard people sitting up there with fake cheers?
I think we're going to have anything and everything we can get out there. But realistically, the California Public Health Department has put out guidelines for capacities for these events for spectators. And obviously for us as a district, I think realistically, we want families of our athletes to be out there. Yes, we'll do some social distancing, outside your family household. You'll have to be the 6 feet apart. And, we've got capacity to cover that in most of our facilities. But spectators that we've had in the past, that's going to be mitigated based on that guidelines that we have to follow. There is a 10% capacity, 25% capacity, and 50% capacity based on the tiered system that we have to follow in order to be in compliance.
Okay. All right. Well, it sounds like it'll be families first, right?
Yep, definitely. I will also say shout out to the CIF. They have put forward guidelines per sport of what the expectations are in competition. So whether it's wearing a mask, whether it's coaches pre-game, post-game, those kinds of conversations, officials, how you contact officials and so forth, all those rules and regulations and guidelines have been provided for us so that it makes it easier once we do get into competition.
Well, I look forward to seeing some more detail on that as we get rolled out, but this is exciting. And it'll be good for our kids to get back in some form of sports. So thank you very much. Any other board questions? This is just a discussion? None? Okay. Public comment?
No comments, Mr. Short.
Okay, moving it back, moving to the next item. Item 11C, first read, revisions to board policy BP 514131, immunization. I got my things over here all crossed off.
Yeah, this is a first read for board policy on immunizations. There was outdated language that needed to be cleaned up for immunizations to advance to grade 7. And that comes from state guidance and requirements for school entry. So this, unless there's any questions, it would return to the board as a consent item at the next meeting.
Okay, any board questions? None. A comment?
No, Mr. Short.
Okay, thank you. We'll get out the next board meeting. A discussion item D, first read, board policy BP 6164.2, guidance and / counseling services. Superintendent.
Yes, this is also a board policy coming forward as part of the federal program monitoring process, FPM process. And it's adding statements about structured comprehensive counseling program to promote academic achievement, which goes hand in hand with a lot of the discussion we had earlier tonight on our learning recovery and attacking that from all angles to meet the needs of the whole child. But this policy is really in response to the FPM process and would come back for action through consent at the next meeting. And if there's any questions, we can answer those.
Any board questions?
I did have one question.
Mr. Hui, yeah.
At the top of page 3, it says beginning in grade 7, parents and guardians shall receive a general notice at least once before career counseling or course selection. I'm just curious, does there need to be anything in there around language around once a student turns 18, in which case we wouldn't necessarily, I guess, be notifying their parent or guardian?
You're at the top of page 3 of that policy?
Yeah. So I don't have a number or anything like that, but.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm reading.
So in addition to the first paragraph there, Mr. Hui?
Oh, yeah, and maybe this is taken care of in that education code, but I mean, just wondering if once a student's 18, that policy wouldn't apply. Do we need to have language about that on this paragraph or others indicating the parental involvement?
I'm just wondering how we've handled that in the past, when a student becomes an emancipated, youth. We'll check into that and review and get back.
That's it.
Okay, any other board questions? Any public comments?
There's one hand, Mr. Short, Juliana.
Okay, have them come on.
Juliana, are you there? Can you unmute yourself, please?
Doesn't sound like she's able to connect.
No.
Okay. All right, we'll bring it back to board. Any final comments? Hearing none, we're going to move on to the next item discussion. Item E, that'll be 11E, first read revision board policy BP 6171, Title I program. BP, what's that? Somebody interrupted. BP 6174, education for English learners. Superintendent.
Yes, these two board policies are also coming forward as a review from the federal program monitoring process. Again, description of Title I programs and English learner programs and statements that get them in alignment with the LCAP process. A lot more specifics on the identification of our English learners and what data we use. And I did send the board an update on those pieces on reclassification. And I know Ms. Cabrera is here too to answer any questions about the specifics of that, but we'll entertain any questions you may have at this time.
Okay, any board questions? Okay, hearing none. Any community comment?
No, Mr. Short.
Okay, we'll bring it back. We'll move on to the next item, which will be our final 11F, first read. Adopt revisions to the board bylaws, BP 9012, board member electronic communications, BP 9150, student board members, BP 9320, meetings and notices, and exhibit 9323.2, actions by the board. Superintendent?
Yeah, many of these board bylaws are coming forward through the CSBA revisions. I did want to call out Board Bylaw 9150 on student board member, and I wanted to publicly thank Ally and our SAB because I asked them to review this policy and to get their feedback and their voice into what revisions should be suggested. So I called those out and I made sure that the board knows that their feedback is in blue on page 3. And Ally, I'll defer to you just for a moment because I think you had some fantastic suggestions and how you help with the reentry of the person that follows you in this role. So would you like to speak to that and some of your thoughts as to the comments you put in the policy?
Sure. Just really briefly, I think it's important that when we transition student board members, that the new student board member feels welcome, hopefully not overwhelmed, and just ensuring more of a smooth transition of power, if you will. So I have been kind of brainstorming ideas about creating more of an intro to student board member packet, and that will detail all of the rules and regulations and kind of how exactly board meetings go and things you're supposed to say, things you're not supposed to say. I just know for me, at least coming into the situation, it can be a little bit overwhelming and a little intense sometimes. And so I just want to do my job just to help ensure that the new student board member feels welcome and isn't feeling overwhelmed. So I just was thinking about creating sort of a packet or guidelines that will go along and help the new student board member in their journey.
That's really good.
Thank you, Ally.
If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them too.
Okay. Any board questions?
Yeah, just one. Ally, do you guys have access to, well, obviously you do, the governance handbook? I mean, that would be something that would be a good read for you. And I think for any incoming board member to kind of get the gist of, our roles and responsibilities. I don't think it includes anything about our student board members, but still the function of the board and how we govern. So maybe that might be a good idea to get that in the new student board members' hands, just so it's something to read.
Yeah, I think I talked to Dr. Kaligian and Kelly about possibly including the governance handbook in the student board member packet, and just making it more accessible and easy to read. I know the language can be a bit confusing sometimes, so possibly creating more of a simplified version, I think, might help student board members as well.
Good. Okay. Any other board questions? Public comment?
No, Mr. Short.
Okay, we'll bring it back. That is our last one. And we're going to
Actually,
go.
Mr. President.
Yes, go ahead.
I do on another one of those. I do have a comment on board bylaw 9320.
9320. Okay.
Yeah, board bylaws.
Yep.
On the second page, second paragraph, we struck the word normally before regular. It used to read normally regular meetings shall be held at 6 p.m. on the first and third Thursday. The way it's reading now, it says that regular meetings shall be held at 6 p.m. on the first and third Thursday, which doesn't create any flexibility. I know while our goal is to meet on the first and third Thursday, I think we have numerous examples of where we've strayed from that. Because of maybe board member conflicts, maybe because of holidays and where the holiday schedule or vacation schedules fall. So I think we need to create some type of flexibility there and not just simply say that they shall be held on those days. Whether it's like unless otherwise decided by the board, regular meetings shall be held at, or restoring normally. I guess I defer to staff to come up with some suggested language to address for the possibility that it may not be the first and third Thursday of the month.
Okay, that's a question. It sounds like in the past we just, due to the Brown Act, we only have 72 hours, and it's up to us to change them, but it doesn't lock us in, correct?
No, but I see Mr. Reed's
Yeah.
point, and I think if we're distinguishing a regular board meeting that typically occurs, on the first and third
Yeah,
Thursdays of the month, as opposed to a special board meeting or an emergency meeting,
that's different.
we have deviated from that. So I think even putting normally back in there and keeping normally regular scheduled meetings shall be.
Not
It
special
adds
meeting.
an extra word, takes out, it reinstates the word normally, but I think that, would that also suffice?
Yeah, that'd be
Okay.
fine.
Yeah, like it's a flexibility.
Okay. We can bring that back with that revision when it comes back at the
Okay.
next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board? All right, moving on to reports of Board of Education. Superintendent report.
Thank you again, Mr. Short, and I want to thank our board, our governance team, working together through tonight's agenda. We had a lot of really, I think, positive movement of topics, and I appreciate the questions and working together. I think that is, keeping our students at the forefront of everything that we're doing is what we're here for. And how we do that and how we get there and doing it together and collaboratively as a governance team and alongside all of our stakeholders, is our goal. We all have the same goal and focus. And I wanted to state that because that's, we're here for our students and we all have that same intention and goal. And I know our teachers and our classified and support staff and our site leaders and our district folks, they are all working tirelessly. And I'm so proud of how they have rallied. And they, when we talk about the 3 R's and that resilience piece, they have demonstrated that day in and day out since last March. And as we heard earlier, where we are today is progress. It's not the end goal. It's not the destination. We want to come back to a regular school schedule, and we want, our students to be back into that environment. And we're committed to do that safely. And I know we're going to get there. And I know we're going to get there even more effectively and efficiently working together as a team. So I thank all of our stakeholders, our employees, our students for your patience and your resilience. Excited that we're going to have you back, at the middle schools and high schools soon. And then for our families and for our community, for your continued support and your grace, as Mr. Hui said, and this is all, we're building that plane as we flying it. We want to land it safely too. So I believe we can get there together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to Board Education Business, Board Communication. We'll start with Mr. Hoover. Oh, okay, Ali, let's see, because I know it's getting late. Why don't we start with you?
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate the SEL presentation and the athletics update, and I'm very optimistic about the future and what school will look like. I did just want to shout out Cy Watson. He's a fellow student, and he actually had a bit of a rally today at Folsom High School about reopening schools. So shout out to him and his hard work. Yeah, like I said, I'm optimistic about the future, and yeah, I'm excited to continue to work towards reopening schools. Thank you, and I'll see you at our next board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover.
Thank you. Just a few things. I want to say thanks to Matt for showing me around Mangini Elementary School the other day, where at least what will be Mangini Elementary School. It was great to walk around and see the construction taking place, and really excited to get kids in that classroom in the fall. And actually, Allie joined me as well, so it was great to go through there and kind of chat with everyone about what's to come and kind of see the vision for it. It was really cool. So thanks, Matt. Thanks to Allie for hosting a great SAB board, a student board meeting where we talked about the talent show and a number of other things. That was actually my first one. So thanks for having me and giving me the chance to participate. I also want to give a shout out to Cy. He did an amazing job today. He talked to like 5 reporters and he was, speaking to the crowd and organizing everything. It was great. So great job to Cy. I mean, I could definitely see him maybe running to be on the school board someday. And we'll see what the future holds for him. But great job, Cy. And thanks for all the work you put into the rally. I'm looking forward to visiting a number of sites in the coming months, including all of our high schools as we continue to work through all the challenges. I look forward to seeing everything in action in the next few months. And I just want to close by just continuing to encourage our staff to act with a sense of urgency as they have been, but also just to remember how urgent this is for all the families and parents and students that are going through this right now, to get our students back to the classroom as soon as possible. It is a matter of, significant urgency. And I just want to continue to show families that this district truly is working hard for them to get their students back to school. So thank you. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Reed.
Yes, thank you. I was wondering if I might be able to request on the next board agenda, similar to the agenda item that we had on sports today, if we could have an agenda item on arts and music, specifically, I guess a report on the status of the arts and music program in the current school year, and maybe providing some thought as to whether we can have some outdoor concerts in the spring. I mean, yes, I understand we probably can't use the auditoriums for that, but I think most of our high schools and some of our middle schools, have these amphitheaters that by and large aren't ever used, at least from my knowledge. I mean, Folsom High even goes so far as having a nice tiered amphitheater with a stage. I don't know if that stage has ever been used. I'm sure it has. Just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean it hasn't been used. But is there an opportunity to have some outdoor concerts? Maybe it's not the entire band, maybe it's not the entire chorus, but maybe it's just a smaller subset, and but an opportunity for them to entertain, and an opportunity for their parents to come and see them play or sing or the like. Same thing with arts, performing arts. Uh, is there a possibility that we could have some like mini plays, not a full cast, maybe not all the sets and set up, but could there be enactment of a certain act of Hamlet or something that's done again in the amphitheaters, or maybe even on the football fields. Obviously, it's not an ideal situation, but I'd like to see us think out of the box and think about our arts and music. The other thing that I would love for us to explore, we've learned a lot in this pandemic about video technology. And I keep on wondering, I even thought about this prior to the pandemic. Is there not a way we can install some automatic cameras that would capture our sports? Not every sport is going to have, live broadcasts of like our football programs, but is it difficult to not have, a video camera installed that pulls in the entire volleyball court, or pulls in a basketball court, or pulls in a swimming pool or something that it may not have the close-ups, but it would allow for grandparents who might live across the country to be able to watch their grandchild swim or play tennis or engage in some type of athletic competition I mean, I have to think that with all our knowledge and especially all the cameras that we've been installing, we can't repurpose some of them for some type of videoing of the capabilities of our sports or concerts for that matter. And then finally, we talked a little bit about summer school and a robust summer school program this summer. I'm wondering if staff could and the teachers could explore the possibility of adding arts into the summer program, arts and STEM. So maybe we could have a program where, I mean, we have such amazing art programs in our high schools. It would be nice that maybe we could have some original credit offered for the art programs or the STEM programs in the summer school as well. So those are the three things I just wanted to touch on quickly in my comments, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I want to thank the district for the proclamation on Black History Month and the board agreeing to it. I think it's very important that we have that in place, especially with African American history. I want to actually give a shout out to, and I'll probably butcher his name, Dr. Wahidi, who opened up his office and it was dedicated to just teachers. I think he gave out 100 shots, has them scheduled to get their second shot, I think 4 weeks from now, but it's just an amazing contribution to the teaching community, especially in our district, and teachers who want to get their shots so they can get back in the classroom. So I'm actually gonna write a personal letter thanking him for doing that. I'm excited for personal reasons. Not only now do I get to visit elementary schools, soon I'll be able to visit middle schools and high schools. And I always look forward to that because I know in elementary schools, when I visit, they ask the questions. In middle school and high school, I get to ask the questions. So I am so excited to get our kids back in. That way I can go out and hang out with them and, just ask them how things are going. How are you feeling? What's going on in your future? What plans do you have? So I'm looking forward to that, to hang out with our students. I want to just give a quick plug about my family's, the Clark Family Memorial Scholarship. There were some criteria that students had to meet, and I had an opportunity to talk to my father back home and my wife about the criteria, and I know that these are challenging times for our students. They don't have the opportunity. I understand that some grade point averages may have slipped, and I think in the family scholarship it was a 3.5 or above. Also, we look for a volunteer requirement. We have decided to waive all that, so I'm hoping that more students apply for the scholarship from Vista, Folsom, and Cordova. So hopefully our counselors can get that information out that we're going to waive those requirements for those students. So we hope to see a lot of applications come through. Other than that, like I said, I'm thankful for the board, the deliberation today, and I'm thankful for the parent comments that came through, and also as well as our teachers. So we got to work together, and now that we have some dates, and we're looking forward to that drop into the red zone, and hopefully our kids being able to play sports again. Folks, we got to come together. We got to work on this together because August will be here before you know it. And I know that our goal as a district is to get our kids in full time in August. And I so want that. I know the board wants that. We got to work together on that. I mean, parents, teachers, the board, everybody. So with that, I'm done. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Mr. Hui.
Just a few quick things. Number one, I wanted to make sure it's clear to families. I know there was some communication regarding the registration deadline, and that was changed then this last week. So want to make sure families know they do have, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Cleggan, but until February 26th to register.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, just a shout out to Coach Grove, the Vista cross country coach. Coach Grove, just as a parent who has a son on the team, I appreciate your communication with our students. I know it's been difficult because things are constantly changing on you. But I just appreciate the way you've kept students involved. You've kept them updated constantly. And so I hope you do get a chance to have your first meet soon here, and definitely rooting for the team. Also, huge congrats to the Vista Del Lago for winning the 2021 County Academic Decathlon. I'm really impressed that all the students that have taken part in that have hung with this, have worked really hard in the midst of a very difficult time. So really proud of you guys, proud of the school for doing that. The last thing, or I guess two more, one would be, Ms. Reed, I appreciate you bringing up the arts, and I too would be really interested in that discussion. More than that, I just want to thank Student Board Member Gallant for leading us and advocating for the arts over the last couple of meetings we've had. So I do think that's an important discussion to have. Lastly, I guess maybe just kind of throwing this out to the other board members. A teacher had emailed, and I think there's some merit to what he had said, emailed me over the last couple of days, and asking us if we might consider moving the meeting to a public meeting. We could fit, I'm not sure, with 6 feet of distancing, maybe 30 people in here, or move our meeting to someplace like the Folsom High Theater, where we could have more people. We are asking our teachers to teach on Zoom and to students in the class. And so I think it might be worth us considering taking a lead in that as well, and having a bit more public involvement as we continue to have the online involvement in our meetings. So well, maybe that's a discussion for our next meeting, or if there's consensus around that today, I'd like to just request that we consider it.
I would second that, including I love the way you're thinking outside the box on maybe an auditorium or something to be able to accommodate that.
Yeah, I'd love to have the public in here.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. I'm also looking forward to reopening secondary schools. Being optimistic. I think that we're going to see here some opening here soon, no matter what happens with our waiver and or red. But I do want to emphasize we need to work together as a team. I think everybody realizes we have to do that. That includes all stakeholders and finding all the solutions and solving them. And we keep our kids first. I think that's what's most important. It's really about our kids getting back. I want to thank our district here and all the staff working hard during this pandemic under a state of emergency situation. We have a great district. I think we're doing really good. I think we're gonna get through this, and really excited to see changes in sports, and things are starting to open up. It's all gonna be healthy. I'm glad you brought up the arts and music. Another one I would request is at Cordova High, we had one of the most growing, fastest program. We have FFA program. I haven't even heard what's happened to it. I'd like to see an update on our FFA program, because that was one of our biggest programs really going, in our culinary programs. And maybe that's what we can bring on, what's going on with Cordova High, if that's possible for our next meeting. I want to thank the board for the great deliberation. And you know, I really get it. I mean, this is hard times. Our kids are really suffering, and we need to get them back. So that's the thing. And as far as the public meeting, yeah, I got requests on that too from several teachers. And I was going to say the same thing. We need to look at it. You know, the social distancing and assembly criteria. I don't know what the state law says on it, but it'd be great to find out about it and see what we could do in our next few meetings, and find out what the state law says about it, because it is an assembly, and when we're doing assemblies, I can't definitely do it in this building because you can't get the social distancing. So.
Yeah,
that
it
be a
would probably
problem.
have to be limited capacity if we're
Right,
in
we'd
this
have to
room.
limit it. We could probably still do it here, but limit it. I don't know how else we can do it.
Yeah,
So whether
and then
they
we'll
have-
check with ETIS on, how we're also doing the live broadcast through YouTube. We know we could do it in here. We'll just, look at all of those.
Yeah, if
We'll
you can
look
find
into
out at
that.
the next board meeting, that'd be great. So, and that's all I have. And meeting adjourned.